Hello lads, today we will be playing Minecraft Dungeons.
Well, you can just straight up play as Steve. Nice. I'm gonna do that.
Wait, what? You
Wait, can we
can?
import our... I want to know...
Ah, but all of my gear is stuck on the other hero? Oh, I can just change the skin. Okay.
What?
The stream's called Dimension Hopping in Minecraft. Fix that.
I'm aware. Hold on, I can do that. I think
Alright,
I know.
So,
Think I know how to do that.
I have an online game running. You guys should just join it.
Okay, I gotta change the video first. Salmon is a fan of people with handlebar mustaches. What?
Plus, okay, I'm starting stream.
I'm naming this Funny Dungeon.
Yeah, welcome to 4 Idiots Save the World.
I don't know what I'm doing, but yay.
I just named the stream.
Text to speech? Yeah, sure.
Alright.
Oh boy, we're camping. Oh, chat wheel.
Who should I be?
Oh, this is.
Oh wow.
Hello.
I'll be this dude. He
Oh,
looks pretty.
to
He
move,
looks
okay.
pretty cool. I like the beard.
Wait, how do you bring up the chat wheel again? Oh, right.
Okay, I'm just
Do I play? Do I click play online?
Yeah, and then you should just see my username. Oh, whoops. I accidentally opened the map.
I see salmon fish. I see you too. It says I can't. I can join salmon fish, but not you.
Need arrows.
Okay, join him, I guess.
I wish I can import my own skin.
Oh, I got a sword.
Yeah, I wish that too.
Why does
Oh,
salmon sound
hello.
different?
Minecraft sword.
I've noticed that too, Salmon.
It's not WASD. It's.
I know, that drives me insane.
Was Lex
I guess it's
default
designed
skin?
for,
Yeah, I just went straight Steve.
Oh, I wanted to do that. Okay.
Need
Also,
arrows.
I've got this fire aspect axe and armor, and I am cooler than the rest of you. Actually, can I drop the rest of this?
Help! Help! What?
Okay, I don't know if I can give my items to you guys, because I have armor.
What are these numbers? Is
How
that
do I-
damage?
How do I join
Okay,
Lex?
well I can salvage it at the very least.
You click. You click play online, then you
everybody
click
in?
my name. No, Garrett's coming.
Traveling to a camp?
Hmm.
Oh god, it's a concentration camp.
Pathfinder, look at that.
E.
Ooh, dead end. Maybe.
This is unrealistic, literally unplayable.
Hello.
E.
Garrett, you're using mine. Shut up.
I can't believe
Oh,
they
God damn.
fucking dared make this game unrealistic. Stop!
Need arrows.
Start
I
a
need.
mission.
Hold on. What?
How do I use my bow?
Hold on. I'm seeing if I can change the freaking movement to WASD.
Okay. So the recommended power for this
No,
level is 3. The recommended power for this level is 1. My individual power is 3, and the power of the rest of you guys combined is 2.
Wait.
We're that bad, huh?
Hold on.
You guys average less than 1.
I'm just gonna borrow this real quick.
Garrett's stealing my Xbox controller.
I'm stealing your Xbox controller.
Oh, I haven't even thought to try playing this with a controller. Actually, let me grab my Xbox controller real quick.
I have 0 emeralds. I'm a poor man.
How do I use my sword? Oh, that's how you use the sword.
Alright, now I need arrows.
If you'll excuse me, I'm going to bully the barnyard animals. I can't punch them. I'm upset.
Okay, this is a little weird getting used to it.
Get your bow.
Oh. You still can't hit him. Where the hell did he come from?
I have no idea.
Alright, I have literally no idea how to play this with a controller, but I guess we'll find out. Oh! Was that a fucking roll? Oh shit, you can do that.
How do you roll?
With the C stick. I wasn't even able to do
Hold
that
on, hold on.
when I was playing on keyboard
Oh,
and
hold
mouse.
on, let me see. Let's see. Roll for me is spacebar.
Yeah, it never told me how to do that.
Guys, look, it's Dark Souls. Oh, there's a cooldown.
Left trigger lets me use the wheel.
Hey guys, should I change my
Okay, shift is just attack.
Okay, no, I'm gonna
Um,
change character because of the fact that me and Salmon are both the same.
directional roll. Thumb mouse
Great
button.
new.
I don't have a thumb mouse button. So let me change that to middle mouse button.
Alright, when everybody's ready, I'll start the mission. And we can actually, like, play. Oh, I didn't even talk to the blacksmith yet.
You need emeralds and we don't have any.
Hunter's armor. I already have Hunter's armor, you suck.
I can't make it.
How do I open my inventory?
Okay, I don't think R is being used for anything, so I'm gonna bind R to roll.
Alright, inventory is...
Settings.
Why
There
the
we
fuck
go.
is inventory up on the D-pad?
Friends. I have friends?
Melee attack. I'm going.
Oh boy, can I jump
How
off
do
the
I-
cliff?
I can't drop an I actually managed to accidentally just straight up walk off a cliff earlier. Man, this is so much better just because I can actually walk around instead of using the stupid point-and-click controls.
Hey, should we do a mission?
Yeah, you guys ready?
Yeah.
I'm gonna start a mission.
Ready as I'll ever be.
Alright. Alright.
Supply.
Guys, accept the mission.
Ready.
How do I-
Is that Gart we're waiting on? Accept the fucking mission.
No, it's
Accept
salmon.
it.
You hit the ready button.
I already accepted it.
Alright. Start. Who the fuck canceled
Hit the
that?
button, Garrett.
This button.
You morons!
There we go. Okay, who is it?
There we go.
Alright.
Wait, this is too hard for us. Lex, you're gonna carry us, right?
Skip the cutscenes, let's go fight crap.
It's not even a cutscene. It's just loading because of Garrett's fat ass.
So I could skip this if I wanted to, but I'm forcing you to watch this. Yeah, keep in mind this is the third level. I played the first two.
I don't know. This village looks pretty spoiled to me.
Warn the villagers there of the battle to come.
I am the Doomslayer.
This is actually funny.
Salmon
Where
are
are
taking
you
care of
guys?
everybody.
I'm in.
Way ahead.
I need.
All the way over there already.
I need to find the village.
I have no idea.
Where the hell is the village?
Why the hell are you guys all the way over there?
Is there a map? Oh yeah, there is. Yeah, why the hell am I all the way over? That's a zombie.
Blitzkrieging.
Oh, you can hit R to teleport. You can hit the right stick to teleport, apparently.
Okay, I'm killing zombies because epic gamer.
Epic game.
You're literally.
Wait, what button can I hit?
It was the right stick on the controller.
I earned an enchantment point. I hear bees. That's a lot of. You know, pumpkins usually shouldn't.
Salmon, slow the fuck down.
I see Garrett. Garrett is turned into a not smart
I
person.
care.
I'm going this way.
I've
So that I can actually get the kill.
I have found a boat.
Help. Where do I drop this?
Why the hell do they have
How do
a?
I use this? Help.
Oh, you use that like your bow.
Oh.
You use the bow button to. fire
Owie.
that. Oh, get out of the range. It can do damage to players.
I have a limited amount. Bruh.
Dude, honestly, this is really fun. I can't wait for this to come out on,
Oh crap.
like, actually come out so I can get it on the Switch and shit.
Dun 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 dun. How
Yeah,
many
that's what's
potions
possible.
do we have? Where do we buy potions?
Mostly you pick them up.
All right.
Your regen potions automatically restock.
Heads up.
What the fuck? My screen keeps half cutting out. A little
Holy
annoying.
sheep.
Did you just freaking kill a cow?
May or may not have just killed a sheep. We have a limited amount of air.
Ah, it's a floating shirt!
Sam, why is there TNT above you?
Good question.
It just sort of chills there until he chooses to use it.
Oh, yes. Give me the scale mail.
Gamer.
Hey, what is that?
Guys, pick up the fucking. Oh wait, this one's more powerful.
I picked up sword.
I got a scale.
Why does my audio keep cutting out randomly? Is that the level load? Guess this-
Maybe. Wait, where do we need to go?
Where do we go?
Also, how do I trigger the?
I'm scared!
Okay, we have to backtrack. I think. Wait.
Yeah.
hold
Alright.
I see a marker.
Yeah, we should probably move towards that, actually. It's not. It didn't lead us anywhere.
Wait, did I go the wrong way?
I don't know. We're
I
going
think
this way,
Aaron and
okay?
Salmon are lost. This is like frickin' like I'm blanking on the. Oh, that's a cliff.
Okay.
Diablo, yeah, it's like frickin' Diablo.
I think that's what it's trying to be. And to be honest, it's really fun, and I can't wait for the full release. And also, I can't wait to actually have a computer that can run it.
I'm happy because these swords have frickin' like sweeping edge on them. What the hell is that? I hear thingies.
Swords act like swords.
Like, seriously, Unreal Engine feels like it was a little bit of an overkill choice for this game.
Honestly, Jesus. Oh, that's up.
Oh, I just straight up died.
You were blown up by salmon. You ran in.
Died in this game.
You ran into the TNT.
on. Oh, a cow.
Oh, the right bumper is also low, which I guess makes sense.
Kill the cow.
Markers this way.
Dude, my frame rate keeps dropping between 60 and 5.
You stole the apple.
Ooh, supply chest. Ooh, boy. Oh, I want tomatoes. Yeah. Bread.
I don't know. I needed a heal though, so that was good.
Oh, we
Well,
each get
keep in
that.
mind, your regen potion automatically regenerates. It is infinite. It just, you have
So
to
does
stop,
that mean there's a regen potion for your regen potion?
Uh-oh, a dungeon.
I guess. A dungeon in the Minecraft. Oh wait, you can't fight him, he's just the one that summons the
Again, like Diablo.
Yep. I mean, it's literally Diablo. It's the same game. Well,
I-
I assume. Yeah, I haven't actually played Diablo.
Where's the village guy?
I have 167 arrows, and I'm not ready.
Oh, jeez, okay.
That's a lot. I leveled up though, so that's good.
Nice. I haven't leveled up yet, but I think it's because I'm already relatively
Someone else needs to flick the lever on the other side. There we go.
Oh. Hey.
Blitzkrieg. Supplies. Yeah.
Is drawbridge
Give me
could
more.
give me food.
I'm just gonna take all of the arrows. Fuck all of you.
Hey, that sounds nice.
No, shit. Oh boy. Okay, this ain't going great. I am not.
Kill the creepers.
Kill everything.
Take away. It's Minecraft day. So beautiful. This is mine. With what I will explore you and oh, it's a pig! Kill the pig!
You get some good shit out of killing that pig.
I got a wind horn. What the heck is that?
One of these days I'll figure out how to actually give you my old items for that. Guys, we need to go this way.
How do I open my inventory? Oh my god, that's disgusting.
Oh, yeah, I manually remapped it to E, because honestly, that's such a stupid mapping.
Come here. Cyberbully. Cyberbully.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna.
Cyberbully the nerds.
I'm going. I think I'm
Cyberbully
gonna.
the nerds.
Oh Jesus, what is that?
Dude, is this Hero Brian? Is this Hero Brian?
Bruh, it's hell. It's here, Brian. Guys.
Guys, just
Confirmed in Minecraft. This dude's hitting the sick dad.
the main enemy for this entire game is literally just a hero grind that lets crypting.
Bite me.
I mean, he's the lord of the mobs. He fucking...
Hey, so are there combos in this game? Like, can you rack up like combos for things? Cause that'd be cool.
Yeah, I think so.
I have a horn.
Alright, this is actually way more fun than it was in single player. So...
Wait.
Ah, hell.
What?
Hold on, I'm gonna change my freaking inventory to E. Cause that's disgusting. I'm gonna change heal to F.
Yeah, that mapping was fucking awful. I just straight up swapped the heal and
Friends
Can you guys
me
fucking wait for Corey?
friends menu is gonna be tilde. And then inventory is gonna be E.
Wait, do I have an enchant point? I might have an enchant point.
Alright.
I don't know how to...
Yeah, much better. Okay, I'm
Oh, I
coming.
don't. Okay.
Garrett, you want some hunter's armor?
I have a chainmail.
Guys, there's a supply chest.
I have scale mail.
Oh, I thought we did the entire supply chest. Okay, whatever. Oh, there's an evoker. Okay, very cool.
Oh shoot. He's up there. I can't reach him.
Hey!
Oh, I'm taking damage. I'm taking a lot of damage.
Just go ham.
I got the TNT again. Lex, come here.
Okay,
Let's get over here.
You can't do this to me. This is crime.
alright, I found some scale mail, so that's
I have
good.
so many big ass arrows just sticking out of me. Okay.
Back up, back up.
Oh boy.
Oh god.
Why is my audio cut? Like, my audio is really weird. I have TNT.
GG.
Oh boy, that was close. Okay. Wow.
Hey Lex, your mic's doing a funny.
You really do be something like Xbox Live.
Guys, I gotta do Xbox Live mic. How does do the throw the TNT?
Use it like a bow.
Oh, okay.
Guys, I got a sickle. I got a sickle.
Tactical nuke. Hey, it worked.
Communism.
Oh, I should have saved that for later.
Guys,
I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
No. Guys, backtrack. There's stuff.
We'll backtrack once we're done killing these. Alright, let's...
I looked at the map and there was
Where the hell did you get
sections.
those?
Yeah, I found them on the ground after killing everything. What? Like, they're not waiting for you. There's like a secret area over here. It's like really far away from the park.
Lex, we're looking for things.
What? What the heck?
Lex, Garrett, this doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, why was it a part of the area?
Super buggy.
Because you're, stupid. Yeah, for some reason it really does not like Discord.
Yeah, I really wish that I could just, you know, play
We
this
gotta-
game on Mac OS.
We
but
gotta
it's
ring
not.
the warning bell. Don't worry, I got this. Are you guys warned yet?
I can't do it with the bow. The bow would have been objectively cooler. Oh.
Look. It's...
That's it.
Nope.
Whoa, what is that?
The ragdoll effect in this game makes me really uncomfortable because you kill them and then they like flop around the ground for a few seconds.
Ah! I have enchantment!
Yeah, honestly, a combo system could... Oh, shoot, not again.
Everybody just Okay, there we go. Yay! We did it, gamers.
Honestly, yeah, a combo system could be really interesting in this game.
You idiots, get over here.
Gaming.
The end of the level.
You did it. And the villagers of the pumpkin pastures go on to fight another day.
I cannot walk into the building and will subsequently die.
No money.
So boys, we did it. And racism is no more. I'm already level 4.
127 arrows hit.
17 items.
I got a box.
Everybody gets a box. I got a wind horn.
Yeah.
Ooh, I got a flaming quiver.
I got a flaming quiver.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I got
I'm gonna enchant my.
My knights freeze enemies. Okay, wandering trader.
Dude, I have an item that straight up summons a wolf.
You get a dog?
Apparently.
A dog.
It's a temporary thing, though.
I'm gonna enchant.
Yeah, I'm just salvaging everything.
Ooh.
I got a fishing rod as well, by the way.
Few shots, time charge explodes 1 second after impact.
10% chance to increase your attack speed.
Oh, I only got hunter's armor. Bruh. Freak.
I got a flaming quiver.
I got red.
Oh, that's kind of neat.
I have a flaming quiver and a horn.
Cool, so I can press B and it summons a fucking wolf. Check this out, guys. I got a dog.
So yeah, this really is like Diablo, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wait,
I mean,
Lex, wait.
I assume I haven't actually played
Lex, both attack, Lex, so your axe does flaming damage?
Oh.
Yeah, it's got fire aspect.
Yeah, my sword has freeze damage. We can
Yeah, so
throw
every
freeze
fifth-
instead of
every-
die on fire.
Every 5th shot, my arrows explode.
Oh, hell yeah, there's straight up a chest full of emeralds over here. I took them all.
There's a crack hidden around here? Yeah, look a sheep. I'm gonna murder it.
Yeah, I haven't actually bothered looking through my camp yet.
Uh-oh.
How do I make the dog? Oh, that's how. Okay.
Well, I got 50.
The
I got.
dog literally does not go away. Huh.
Yeah, it's like a familiar. +.
Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with this, actually.
Okay, I just got some armor that heals nearby allies.
Yeah, this
Oh,
is giving a
that's
lot
nice.
of Diablo vibes, I gotta say.
Well, I guess now I gotta play Diablo and not have fun.
So I got one that gives me +12 health, plus 20% damage boost,
Guess what I got?
but health potions. I can give.
It's the fun
Hey,
aspect.
does someone not have armor? Because I could probably give this to you.
I couldn't figure out how to give armor. I was trying to do that before we went off on the first mission. How do I pet the dog? I can only chop it. I can press B, but that just moves it.
I have not. The horn does.
Wait, is there like a community chest?
I don't think you can transfer items, which doesn't make sense, and we'll have to complain about that in the feedback.
Yeah. Also, the audio cuts out weirdly. Yeah, anyone else getting that, or is it just me?
That's just you.
Yeah, I don't know what. Why?
Give me something good, blacksmith. Don't scam me.
Random piece of gear appropriate.
I got a stupid sword.
I don't know. I got wolf armor. I don't know what that does.
How good is this?
It's good.
It's only
Wait.
a 2-power sword. I'm salvaging it immediately. I just got scammed. Wait, that gave me a... Oh, fuck. That actually gave me an enchant point, so, you know. I guess I can't complain too
Oh
bad.
man, I can salvage crap?
Oh yeah, I got an
I don't know if I should salvage this.
Ooh, I have a thing that lets me create food items when I use a healing potion, or
Oh, I just salvaged
thorns.
my entire inventory.
Alright, I put thorns on my armor. That's nice.
Alright,
My armor, whenever I roll it,
I don't know. I'm gonna keep the scale mail.
And now, my axe has a 30% chance to do chain attacks. Like that.
Oh, I have an enchantment point. I should probably enchant.
Yeah, apparently sometimes when you salvage things, you get enchantment. That's kind of nice.
Well, no, if your weapon
I'll do
is
that.
enchanted, you get enchantment. So you guys wanna do another
I
mission?
will be right back, and then we can start another mission.
Our power is now 3. Look at it, boys.
I do like this flaming quiver a lot.
They seven. They can't hear you scream in here. I'm slowly drowning.
Oh no, 2 feet of water.
No, Corey, come here. My controller is bugged. Hold on. You know what? Fine. I'm switching to an app.
Yep.
We'll charge my phone.
Oh, wait, attack. Setting.
You should be able to trade items
Keybind.
with the Wandering Trader. Okay, so notes we want to give to them are transfer items to players. What else? Wait, hold on. Let me go over that. Let me try something. Yeah, no. There is no way to transfer armor or items.
Oh, wait, attack. Settings. Game.
Lex is doing. I think he's in the bathroom.
I want to change it. How do I set it so it's WASD to move?
You can't.
Lex, you're muted.
Alright, okay, fine. Switching back to controller. Screw that.
Ha ha ha.
Lex, you
Ha ha ha.
muted.
Huh? Guys, look, I be bouncing.
No, you're not.
Huh, on my screen I am. It's just like, yeah.
Hey, Corey, you wanna know what my axe can do? Chain attack.
Oh my god. My arrows explode sometimes.
Enchantments. Has a 30% chance to chain a cluster of mobs together to keep them bound for a short time. So I keep mobs together so then people can just like...
After defeating mobs, 10% chance to increase your attack speed by 50%.
Alright, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you. Let's go kill some more crap.
Wait, what the fuck?
And then my rule has an... Look, Corey, there's Sam.
Oh wow, that sounds horribly
Look at
broken.
this roll.
What?
Wait, hold on, let me just like... Aw, it doesn't do it on the dummy? It electrocutes enemies.
Oh, I can just hold down left click on enemies. There's an arrow in your llama.
Alright, I tried to do something to get call audio on my phone and game audio from my computer, but it didn't work.
Huh.
Do that. Oh.
Are you guys ready to start a mission?
Sure. They should add a resupply post here.
I took fall damage.
Garrett
I
just fell
do
off.
not have audio running from the game, I guess.
Let's go kill some more
I love.
Isn't this a mission we just did?
I don't think so.
Yes, we just did pumpkin.
I
Fest.
told it to go to the next mission, so
Maybe it's another part.
No, it's the same part.
Well, Garrett, you're just looking at the.
It's the same part.
Blitzkrieg.
The Illager raids have
Blitzkrieg.
Blitzkrieg.
Blitzkrieg it is.
It's the same. I'm pretty sure this is literally the same.
Is there only one level for the closed beta?
No. Alright, I'll return us to the camp. Because this is level 3.
Yeah, we just did pumpkin pastures. So.
Alright, let me try again.
I died.
Alright, view next. Oh, wait. It's showing me 2 options. Creeper Woods, which I already did with pumpkin pastures. Is it locked? Okay.
Maybe we're too incompetent to get there.
I can wait, hold on. Don't start anything. We're see how.
Garrett just frickin' jumped off the cliff. Garrett keeps jumping off of the cliff.
Ah, yep. The next level is locked during beta testing. So, we've played everything.
Oh, that's fast.
How?
I mean, we should
Well-
start grinding until it releases.
I guess, also we lose all progress once it releases because they're not carrying it over. So, yeah, I mean, it was really looking good.
We only
Now
did
I'm
one
sort of
level.
Well, they only finished one level.
We only did one level.
Yeah, so that kind of sucks. I didn't realize that. I don't know. I know it got delayed a bit, but I think it's supposed to come out in May.
I'm starting a mission.
I guess. Okay, I already did this one, but I guess you guys haven't. So.
We haven't done this one.
Well, that's this month. I'm pretty sure it got pushed to May, though.
It's March. No, it's April. Wait.
It is April.
You're April. We are all April on this blessed day.
Alright, let's go kill some crap.
I like it how we can just skip the cutscenes.
La 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 la.
It's still loading.
Give me your souls.
Yeah, just so you know, we're way more overpowered than we're supposed to be for this level. On account of this is only level 2. Is it?
Oh, good God.
It seems like cheating. But at the same time, it's not, because that's just how we're going backwards. Also, we could try the increased difficulty options.
Yeah,
each
that
level.
that's probably what we want to do.
I mean, quite frankly, we could go back to what we were doing earlier today, with the whole, snapshot. Fun. I'm calling in the dog.
The one dog. The only dog.
I mean, it is literally one dog, yes. Oh god, that's a lot of arrows to the dog.
Why is the dog on fire?
It looks fine. I
It's
swear
fine.
It's fine, guys.
Hey, who's this moron who got stuck in a funny box?
Stab him.
He vanished. He died.
Guys, the dog is totally fine, I promise.
I leveled up by walking over some mushrooms. get Shrek'd,
No, that was a lot
liberal.
of gravity that just occurred.
I hear.
Gravity. Who gives a crap about gravity?
Me.
Damn,
Bro,
you should stop.
bro, we went the wrong direction.
I frickin' broke my ankle.
Good luck,
There's an indicator. It's telling you exactly where you're supposed to go. Oh yeah, I broke my ankle too. Oh no. Okay, the dog is dying.
Ah,
Whoa.
Oh, no, he's fine. Never mind. He's chill. You guys do know there's an indicator on the screen that tells you, like, exactly where you're supposed to
How do I heal Garrett?
be. You don't. Let him die.
almost just died again. Feels like freaking creepy. No chest anywhere here. Fire.
Direct kill.
Oh, boy. Okay.
Ow. That was a lot of damage.
I am the unstoppable blitzkrieg.
My dog! Oh, it's technically still alive, even though its health bar is completely black.
Yamashina.
How do I heal the dog?
Ow!
I want to.
Crap, that was a lot of damage. I'm at 1 heart.
Friggin' blitzkrieg.
Alright, I think that the dog died.
Rest in
Stop
pepperoni.
gaming. Oh boy.
That's Evan.
Who frickin' died?
Me.
What happens if we
Oh no,
That was not salmon.
mental grin?
I'm kind of just exploring.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely excited to see when the rest of the game comes out, you know, how much of the game it is.
Kill the pig. It is mine.
There is a loot pig, but
It's all mine. I am blitzkrieging you.
Owie.
oh boy, that was a lot of creeper.
No matter my not even a little bit of health.
No, you little bitch. You want to get the loot creeper? You want to steal it from us? That's what you get? You don't get help.
Alright, fine. Or blitzkrieging them. Probably because I'm ridiculously overpowered. But yeah, hello. I've cleared all the enemies for you. You're welcome.
Stuck. Bitch.
Ooh, an axe.
How is this
Oh,
thing?
you stole it, you bitch.
The one doing all the work. Friggin' axe.
I wonder what mob is over here.
Hey, that's no fair. No teleporting. It's not
What?
part of the blitzkrieg.
Where'd my fucking bow go? I need the bow.
I got this one, boys.
How the hell do I get down from here? Oh.
You don't.
I got him.
A is for ass. B is for ass.
B is for ass. C is for ass.
Ooh, I got a new bow.
He is
I
for communism.
still do not have any arrows though.
Onward, comrades.
I found supplies.
Supplies? I need arrows. For the love of God, if somebody finds arrows, please leave them.
I totally did not find arrows.
God damn it!
Supply chest back there.
I didn't see it. I can't see anything. You guys are moving.
Okay, it's time for running now. Time for running is now. Run away! Too fast for the enemy. Ow.
I found more arrows.
Let me have them.
I'm too fast. I'm too fast for the enemy.
Panzer divisions have
Die.
Who died?
I think it was Garrett.
It was scary.
He just saying I'm
Arrows.
going to die.
Yeah, that all stands to reason.
How the hell did you end up all the way over there?
Night will hurt you in 20 seconds. Okay, I'm not reviving. I'm out.
These villages are free from the clasp of the Illagers. All thanks to you.
I ran like the entire way.
Garrett's a moron and ran through the level at Mach 10.
I got a swiftness potion, and that's why I ran.
Let's break through it, and you know, yeah, it's fun.
I got another tasty bone.
Yeah,
I got a tasty bone.
Those are the things where you summon dogs.
I got box. I got a
It doesn't
death.
matter because there's no game left. We played it all.
Yeah, you should be able to transfer items, I think. Cause like, if someone's playing more like a freaking like rampager meat wall person, they'd want the item that I just got, which is something that sends people into a frenzy.
I wonder if I equip 2 of the meat bones, do I just have 2 dogs? Alright, I'm just gonna... The
Yes.
answer is yes. Hell yeah, I could just carry fucking 3 meat bones and just...
I think these are all different difficulties.
Oh yeah, they're difficulties.
You guys want to go play more Funny Snapshot?
Funny snapshot?
The Infinity Snapshot.
Yes.
Oh, I just straight up rolled off of the edge. Okay. Woo! It lets you just go right off.
I think that's a bug.
Guys, come with me to victory.
That's a bug.
I'm shooting Garrett. Enable PvP. Battle Royale.
Honestly, some kind of PvP mode for this game would be awesome.
Well, gamers, it has
Battle
been an
Royale is
honor.
well for the format.
I did not take any fall damage from that.
Yeah, it turns out you can just straight up go off any cliff if you just roll off. Is that intentional? I don't know.
Well,
I'm
that's
gonna
what
die. Why wouldn't I have 2 dogs?
I have one.
I'm going to die in the luck. I got 2 of the bones, which let me summon 2 dogs.
You wanna play another level again, but in a harder difficulty?
Can we crank it up to the hardest?
Well,
Sure.
We have to continue going.
Well, you get.
I'm going to die of fall damage.
I need to get a better bow.
Alright, I'm halfway to dying. Wait.
I mean, this wolf armor is actually for someone of
I know, it'd make much more sense if you could transfer items.
Wait, you set it to default, you didn't up the difficulty. Oh wait, no, never mind, that's 3.
Default 3, yeah.
I've got a legendary bow or something unique, which is pretty rare, I guess, maybe. Don't care, let's go.
Gaming.
Gaming.
Gaming. Watch this.
Alright, it's time to go beat Archillager a 3rd time.
Why do I keep spawning all the way over freaking here?
Do I use my bow too much? It's so expensive, I feel like it's cheaper than my bow. Wait, what can you do?
Oh, that's a lot of zombies down there.
I summoned both of my
What makes you think that, Garrett?
If I drop down in just a second.
idea?
We're working our way through it.
There were a lot of zombies, okay? Please help.
Yeah, there are too many zombies. Right, anyway.
Well, it wasn't even because of the difficulty, that's just because we're all stupid.
Alright.
There's an axe down there.
Later.
Again.
Maybe else. Okay, I don't have time to do that. I'm gonna waste all of the team lives.
I got a better axe.
Oh boy, that's awesome.
Let's Greg.
Overwhelm them with sheer stupidity. Ooh boy! Here we go!
I'm falling back.
I teleported to you and you immediate death.
Congratulations.
You stole that, but you boomer, you didn't need it.
Just drink your pills and you'll be fine.
Poison the enemy!
Oh, I leveled up, so I healed.
Alright, hold on, let me just look at the no, it's worse.
Poison the watering hole!
Double move.
Oh no, Run!
Yep. We went the wrong
This is
way.
the complete wrong way. And yeet! Charge him with your blind stupidity. Because I kept firing arrows into their chest.
Poison the water hole!
I've been using the double row for a while. You can get double row in Minecraft before the crossbow,
I have,
oh, fuck. Okay, I need to heal desperately. And I need, take my regen potion. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we're back. And that zombie pushed past my head. Oh, fuck, this is not going well for me. Well, that was not good. I need something to kill me, that's it.
Which way do we go?
oh, more crap to kill.
Let's go this way. We might find some things.
I am an inch from death.
Alright, here, come on.
Poison, damn it! Poison, damn it! Like,
Well-
you were very low. And that's... I got him.
Heal him. I'll hold him off.
You're holding off the sheep.
Dangerous.
Dog! You bitch!
I'm out of arrows.
The dogs respawn in this one, which makes this game vastly superior to actual Minecraft. Need arrows. Need arrows. So let me install my double back. I can put multi-shot on my... Oh wait.
Yeah, see, like I said, there's a chest here.
Base.
There's wolf armor, Lex.
That's mine. That diamond sword is mine.
Wolf armor?
Mine.
Yeah. Over where Garrett is.
Yeah, this bow is a lot better.
The more arrows I fire, the better the piercing gets.
Dude, I just upgraded my bow and then I picked up a way better OP bow.
I need.
Why do we even try? Now I'm out of enchantment points to
Oh wait,
actually
no, I
use
can
the damn
just
thing.
If you just salvage whatever bow you
Oh,
get,
that's right.
yeah.
Okay, salvage.
What should I get? Accelerate, which it's basically a fury rush for my bow.
Alright, when I summon
Radiant?
my flame quiver, I have 7 shots.
Okay, guys,
You gotta friggin' hurry up.
do I make my bow a machine gun? Do I make my bow heal
Boots of
people?
swiftness.
Or do I make
Fuck yes.
or do I make my arrows grow? I'm gonna do a mini gun. I want a mini gun.
Hold on, I gotta go.
Comedy to rise.
Probably not the opportunity to start doing.
Yeah. I would agree. Alright, here we go.
This friggin'
He has returned.
needs
I'll
to
return
be
it.
shit.
Funny spider web moment. He keeps raining fire on them. Almost like these spiders.
I have a mini gun! The game has given me a minigun. I kid you not, like...
Wait, acquire the funny.
I got
Armor.
Better.
This game is certified non-vegan.
What the hell?
Oh wow, that is a lot. Just fire aimlessly. You're gonna hit something no matter.
Somebody say go minigun mode?
Oh fuck, okay.
Minigun! Minigun!
Well,
Owie.
apple, come on. Yeah, alright.
Minigun! Minigun! Oh shoot. Go away!
Yeah, I kind of was feeling items showed up even a little more often.
Did you both die?
Oh, baby zombie does exist in this game too.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I was already up. I was not the one who was down.
Baby zombies are ninjas! They're ninjas, I said!
Oh, alright. I'm using the TNT to get out of the range.
Owie.
God damn it. Stupid.
There you are. Not bad.
Objectively funny.
We still gotta let someone out of a
Just a
cage.
villager.
No one cares about you.
Cool.
Minigun! Minigun! Minigun!
I sincerely hope this game allows for cross-platform play because I'm definitely buying it on the Switch. But I know you guys aren't.
Minigun! Minigun the enemy!
I really hope that it has cross-platform play so that we can actually play together after I don't buy it on PC.
Minigun!
Oh no. No.
Minigun!
Yes, we get it, Dave. Minigun.
One minigun.
Dartman minigun be like, I wonder if Garrett is using a minigun. Obama will be real in 10.
Alright, let's see here. Oh, this guy
Alright, I just summoned the dog back in.
Fire aspect, weakening, freezing. Fire aspect. Hello.
Why do sheep want apples? And I'm killing stuff right now.
You're gassed, and I don't like it.
I also don't think I'm doing the right way, like at all. Okay.
Man, these guys are being one-shot.
I'm teleporting to salmon.
I am teleporting to sound.
Teleport to salmon.
Ready?
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
My health dropped to near 0 and I killed and just kept fucking slashing. Oh, that was stupid of me. Okay, nope. Didn't happen.
Ow!
These villages are free from the class of the villagers. All thanks to you.
Sure. They almost left one of them in a cage. Hello? Anybody?
We did it!
We did it, Patrick. We saved the city.
I got boots of swiftness.
How do we only open 25% of chests?
Smarter.
Too fast, too
Yeah, give me a random offense. A tasty. Stop giving me fucking tasty bones. Just kidding. I love them, and now I'm going to equip a third dog.
More dog.
I got more boots of swiftness.
I now have 3 dogs. They're taking up all of my slots.
Thundering has 30% some lightning strike. Temporary stun. Increased damage. Increased chance for mobs to small.
Oh, I picked up the wolf armor. Oh yeah. I am putting one on. Oh, that looks kick-ass, actually. Alright, sorry.
Hey guys, who wants to see? Hey guys, who wants to see something?
Champion. It's like the Explorer. For every 100 blocks explored on the map, you're losing a small amount of health. Cooldown reduces the cooldown time between your attacks. Really good at an action. Deflect. Yeah, small chance to deflect projectiles and electrify. Rolling zaps 3 nearby enemies.
I'm out of arrows.
Every time I kill something, I get
Oh boy.
Lightning.
Alright, guys, should I reduce the cooldown time between my attack? Or, oh wait, between uses of my artifacts. No, I'm definitely going for that. And I'm,
What is that noise?
it's funny.
That was the saddest crap I've ever seen. I saw Garrett jump off of a cliff and his dog just kind of sat down. Literally too sad for games, guys.
It's like a hardcore mode game.
Oh damn, okay.
Oh my god, I died.
Guys, we need arrows. I've had a flaming quiver. I should be now. Dude, this set of shit is awesome. I love it, and I wish I could get it in real Minecraft.
Hey guys, watch. Guys, what? I can make it explode.
Death to the scarecrow.
I'm out of arrows.
Oh yeah, I just remember there's a chest. Oh, I guess the chest placement was actually random.
Damn it! Or no, hey Lex. Lex. Hey.
What?
Hey. Look over here.
Please don't ask me to come in the garage and reveal that you're a pickle.
Hey Lex.
Funniest crap I've ever seen.
Hey Lex. Screw
What?
you.
I don't.
For you, I'm gonna go play Minecraft.
Wait, I can get up here? I
Need
can't.
arrows. Need arrows. Need arrows.
Hey, you don't need arrows. I'm out of arrows.
Let's go do that friggin' pumpkin level.
Hey Morty, I turned the pickle.
Oh, I wonder what's in this room.
Need arrows, need arrows.
Oh fuck! I have a house.
My dog was on fire. What the heck?
I didn't realize I could actually go in here. You got anatomy of a creeper statue. This is.
Wait, a house?
This is
Yeah.
my house.
No, get out of my house, Dart.
Wait, Sam, cancel the
This is
mission
mine.
for a second. Where's the house? Is this it?
Hold on. Actually.
Oh
yeah.
shoot!
I didn't realize you'd come in here. Oh, nice.
Is there a community? Is there a chest that we can slam items into?
I really wish there was. In my room, I guess.
No, this is my room. What are you talking about?
I have 3 dogs. Welcome to the dog room, everybody.
Lex, I pissed on your carpet. You just killed a dog, you moron! He's burning! They're burning! What? The dog is burning! I'm getting out of there.
I'm being held liable for that.
Why do you have pigs in your house?
I can't explain it. They're here.
Why can I not use the crafting table?
Because you don't have any
Boo!
to use it.
We should be able to craft items.
Yeah, I hope that they actually implement
You just
something.
pick up like iron bars. You pick up iron ingot.
Honestly, I hope that they do that.
Alright, Dart,
Guys,
ready up.
Ready up.
Ready? Where are we dropping, boys?
Honestly though, this game does seem really well suited for some kind of PvP mode, and we should get it.
Battle Royale.
7.
Oh god, don't even
That would be
don't
pretty
even say that to
entertaining.
Moye. They're gonna make a battle royale.
Team deathmatch.
Hunger Games. Alright.
I cannot skip the loading screen.
The
Yes, you can, just press space. Why are there dead sheep flying at me?
Enough questions. I'm gonna try out these new sickles. How did you die already?
Falling. Who the fuck?
It's Gart. Who do you think it is?
Yeah, that's the next All 3 of my dogs are- Oh, a chicken dropped it. I killed it.
Ooh. There's a rare sword. I'll take that.
Honestly, I don't feel very compelled to use this sword. I like the Everything in this game is new, Garrett.
No, like the
The
pump.
new game.
I've never
Did you
thought
think
of
you were still playing regular Minecraft?
Oh crap! What the heck is that?
Whoa, that's a lot of fire. What the hell?
Are we on max difficulty?
That's my new attack! Oh! And light the enemy on fire.
Ow, I got hurted.
Oh. Medic! Medic!
Let go!
Medic!
Covering.
Oh, no, buddy. Oh, please die. Oh, no. More enemies up there!
I'm glad there's no weapon there that kind of suck.
Guys, there's enemies up here.
Also, I love this wolf hat and watch it in real Minecraft. So,
Oh, God!
Oh, Jesus Christ! Yes, you're right, there are enemies up there. Now I heroically run away.
I'm going in alone.
I got your back.
Alright, I need help.
Nick will hit you.
Oh god, I'm getting rushed. Ow.
Oh hell yes, this entire supply chest all to myself.
Once you're about to die. That supply chest will do you no good if you're dead.
What am I supposed to do to not die?
Click.
Revive us.
Oh.
He darn died.
That's what night means. Okay.
Alright, let's do this again.
Yeah, thank you for rescuing us, Lex. That was really...
No problem.
I'm out.
I'm just gonna keep getting healing items until I make it to
What the? Run!
What the hell is that?
help.
I help Lex.
Back up.
Hurry up, Lex!
Get up. Half a second.
This is no place to die.
Okay, go the other direction.
Why?
The enemies are... Oh, my dog just died.
Heads up!
Yeah, it makes sense, honestly.
Arena battle.
You get it with the
Oh wow, intense battle.
yeah, I think it's yeah,
Hey, everyone.
Team deathmatch.
Oh, God.
Where's the village? Found it.
Take him
You
out.
die.
Somebody help me get Lex.
What the fuck are you guys doing?
I have no idea where we are. Oh, crap. Ow.
Heads up.
Suicide mission.
Oh, come on, kid!
What? Go, 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 go.
You all might want to hurry up.
Teleport to you guys.
Teleporting. I am down.
No place to hide.
Or heal me.
Alright, reviving salmon.
Oh, God.
That was close.
That was very close. Salmon, you were very close to death. I need arrows.
Getting no scoped.
I have a mini gun. Mini gun. Mini gun.
I'm sure if you know what I mean.
Oh, I'm gonna die! I know!
It's a pile of corpses over here.
Good God.
We're big. Aw, everyone's getting bows. I don't have any bows. Run away. You guys protect me. Take cover me.
We don't all need to be healing. I don't think having 3 people reviving the same person makes it go faster.
I think it does.
Yeah, that's first.
It's too
All of the creepers must die! The game had to throw it all over there. Oh, crap. Guys, I may or may not have accidentally just salvaged my only weapon. I salvaged my axe. Now I'm stuck with fists. I'm going to fight my enemies! Oh God, run away!
Somebody help me out.
Here we are! Ah! Put down enemies!
Oh my God! Garrett does have a minigun.
Fight the enemy! I am so close to death! You stole the apple, Lex! I can't even see my health!
fucking diamond axes that they have in this. Look awesome.
Who died?
Don't worry, I got him.
Hey, quick, you guys can move the cage in the game.
Punch the enemy. Holy fuck, damn it! Oh, I'm low on ammo. Gonna be a problem.
I have like one health left. I don't know, it's weird. The only metric of health
Lex
that I
dies of
understand is
fall
one that
damage.
Minecraft already uses.
I don't have a sword.
I'm dead. I'm not ready for this.
Punch the enemy. I'm doing 1 damage to them. And yeah, I'm living longer than Lex.
I just keep walking straight into danger.
My vision.
You should be able to, get the gloves that just let you fucking punch.
I wanna become Groot. Punch them.
We're just running like this, and we're not supposed to do this okay.
That's got a unique weapon.
Villagers of the pumpkin pastures go on to fight another day.
I still don't even have a weapon, Corey.
Well, then that's your problem, you freaking moron. You're the only. You brought that upon yourself. You better buff your hands.
Upgrade my
Sandwich make me strong.
just one punch. I only had a flaming quiver. I can salvage all of this.
Yeah, I should probably actually equip, thing. Oh man, my previous
Black,
flaming
please.
quiver was
Give me something.
my previous
I need Untitled armor. Although I would actually take that. Thank you.
my old flaming quiver had 1 science point, whatever the fuck. My new one has 13. Alright, so I'm gonna go salvage more trash, salvage more trash.
Need these. Please. Please.
Hey guys, you about ready to
Yes, thank you, game.
I got some kind of freaking poison saber.
Sword.
I got some like kind of poison saber things.
Alright, I'm gonna talk to the wandering trader. See what actually do really want to know about it. Yeah,
Guys, look at these things I got.
I give them 0 on Yelp.
I got a better sword now. I actually got a sword this time. And I have Highland armor.
Yeah. And we really gotta make this one that actually comes out a proper series on Thanksgiving special. Yeah.
Hey Lex, can you do peer-to-peer connections now?
Yeah. Actually, I think
We could boot up the old world.
Wait, guys. From the looks at it, Corey's the freaking assassin, Lex is the beast tamer, Savin's the ranger, I'm just the random holy guard that you guys picked
That
up.
scrapped his sword for no apparent reason in the middle of a battle. Well, I don't need this crap anymore.
I accidentally salvaged it. Okay, you guys wanna do more missions?
please, Gun warriors and one fucking moron that just got attacked alone.
Oh, hey, guys, no, guys, listen. You know, like some animes where it's like the background guards that die instantly. Yeah, that's me. That's me.
My team power 9, but my power 8.
Because we all average to be a slightly better person than we already are. Well, Garrett averages out to be a slightly worse person than he actually is.
Going in the inventory. Go to your inventory and look at your powers. Corey's power is 7. What's your guys' power?
8.
And Lex?
Wait, where is it? Oh, 8.
Wait! I have a power of 14!
What?
Look! Corey can literally confirm. Look at this.
Yeah, Garrett has a power of 14. I don't know.
Don't give me a fucking weapon, I swear to God. Skill man. It's no skill mechanics.
Enchantment. So,
Actually, 35% damage reduction, plus 30 melee damage. Let me look at my current. Yeah.
whenever
The wolf armor is way cooler. I'm keeping it just because.
Ooh,
My armor matches my weapons, so I'm like, hell yeah.
I mean, honestly, I fucking love this armor. That's the main reason I have it. And yeah, it matches with the battle axe pretty well.
They should make this more like what's the other game that's kind of like Diablo except massively multiplayer?
what was it? Rings? No.
Path of Exile.
Path of Exile.
They should have a big community hub, just so people can freaking trade crap. I sell one potato for 400 emeralds. It's rare.
So, heads up, if you try to do the level 5 difficulty of Pumpkin Pastures, its recommended power is 22, and we have a team power of 10.
No.
Can we do it?
Yeah, let's do it.
Hell yeah.
Are we like increasing the difficulty every time?
Exactly.
Friggin' Doom Nightmare Mode level.
Yeah, what the hell does the Wandering Trader do?
The Wandering Trader gives you artifacts, which are the things that you can put on. You can map them to X, Y, and Z buttons. Or whatever the fuck they are.
1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
Friggin' first area, we're gonna die.
Dude, the electrified power, like,
Oh crap. Okay. So far,
anytime I roll, it electrocutes nearby enemies. It's awesome.
Run away.
Well, that was fast.
Alright.
Pretty hard, guys.
We freaking decapitated this creeper. Holy crap! The bones sticking out. Oh shoot!
Ow.
He exploded. Hey! Forcing me to look at
Oh shit. Scale mail.
Hero Brian Baby Zombie?
Did you just say, is Herobrine baby zombie?
It was a baby zombie.
Cover me.
Actually, a lot of the enemies in the game have.
Oh Jesus!
God,
Creepers! Creepers are big boys now.
Yeah, it's like this level is meant for level 22 people.
And you're level 2.
Oh crap! Ow! Owie!
Ah!
You're just gonna learn to.
What is that?
In the same
Dog
two
help.
levels. Oh no, I can call him the
Kill
dog.
the babies! Kill the babies!
Help.
Get up and
I get knocked out. I was at like 1 health for like 20 minutes.
With my, I don't want to use heal potions. It actually helps you guys too.
my dog.
Cool.
Help!
I figured out this.
God damn it! God fucking damn it!
Oh, creeper! Oh! I gotta really treat this serious. Like, holy cow. God darn it, what did I say? No!
Oh crap!
Let's go.
I'll cover you. Sandwich, make me strong. Oh shoot!
Stop running into battle! Please!
Stop running to battle, please! Everyone proceeds to run into battle.
God damn it!
Hey guys, I got an idea.
Let's run into battle.
Chat drum.
I'm running for my demons.
You sprint?
Maybe I should use roll more often.
No, the power up thingy.
I have a boost
Like the
roll
boost.
where it actually gives me speed. How did Lex level up from that?
Like, by association. Taxes.
I am in a campaign gamer mode. I'm afraid that I cannot be sucked anymore. I'm literally a gamer. In the words of Sand Undertale, get drunk on.
I have the power of God!
This is like it's waste all of my arrows. I'm not gonna.
Jesus Christ, these big pillagers.
I'm out of arrows.
What?
Cancel that.
Three seconds.
Get Lex, get Lex.
Dad.
How the hell did you end up all the way over there?
Oh god, we have 1 life left. Okay, guys. No, Lex, don't go. Don't go. You're gonna die over there. Think of it strategically.
No.
What has anyone in this group of people ever thought strategically in their entire lives?
Maybe when I use submarines.
Let's drive a buggy into enemy lines.
My dog instantly died.
Okay, we're gonna get some sweet loot in this round.
Bullet hell, bullet hell, bullet hell. I'm out of arrows.
Your bow is kick-ass, I'm jealous.
Damn it.
Crap, everyone's dead.
We're all over here. Where are you going?
Select so that
Oh, I'm alive! Get revived, liberal. What the hell? Why am I stuck? I'm literally stuck. I cannot revive you.
quickly heal.
Come on, hurry up, revive us! What the hell? We just gotta survive enough to revive everyone else.
Oh
It's time to turn, motherfuckers.
no! Oh god, the crap with the band. Guys,
Just grab some bread so that you can regen. It's a fucking ramen. Nothing matters.
oh crap. Oh, that's a bomb! Yeah, we just walked into a bomb.
Supplies.
Go dog!
I got arrows.
I'm out of shots.
No go. Alright guys,
Oh god.
this is very clearly considered.
Wait. Dory!
What? No,
Damn it!
how the hell are you all the way over there?
Wait, next!
There are some towards the fucking objective. Which probably wasn't a good idea. I was not equipped for that.
Don't make me say I need arrows again.
Wait, where are you?
I leveled up. I leveled up. I did it.
Where are you? Hey! We did it, guys!
Barely. Still out of arrows. Gotta stop running away from parties, whoever you are. Can't get you. I got them. Let's heal. Oh crap.
Oof. I am very hurting. Hold on, let's hold here for a little bit and regen. Never mind. I'm at 0 health. I am barely alive.
Supplies.
Just come get a bread. Get to all the arrows.
There we go. I need arrows. So I can do the funny explosion arrow thingy.
Need arrow, need arrow. Oh, I just realized I haven't been using my fucking 20
Wait, can I have infinite shot plus fire, like rapid fire? Okay, this is gonna be fun. Just trying to finish 2 things.
Fight your way up the hill. For Norman. I ate a pretty good chunk of one of them. You get Shrek's liberal.
God! What are you doing?
Wanna see God?
This is literally the hardest battle you can do in fucking Survival. After this, there's just nothing.
Well, we are down to 1.
We are all...
I'm going in the dungeon. Oh, that was a bad idea. That was a really bad idea.
What is this? Oh crap! No, go the other way. Lex, get out of here! Lex,
A dungeon?
I am going.
We must do the side
Guys,
quest.
stick together. Guys, if we don't stick together, we're going to die.
Everybody start sticking together.
Alright, this is super cool.
Hey, what's over here? Hey guys, there's more to this dungeon.
Screw you.
Don't hit my dog!
Game.
Oh.
Mine.
Hey guys, you can grind in here.
Yeah, that's how dungeons work. Oh, okay. Well. Oh boy, that is a significant amount of damage. Die. Yes. Nice.
Oh my god! Holy crap.
Oh, wait. Right. Loot.
Ooh, a chest. I got a better sword.
I'm looting the dungeon. This really is freaking...
This is Mo.
This really is Diablo.
I'm just taking everything.
Chest.
Dude, this game is
I think these dungeons are randomly generated. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I can't access the gaming chest. Did the game crash?
sometimes me.
It's here.
Did you just disappear? You might have gotten disconnected.
Yo, who looted all these chests?
I think you might have died, Sammy.
I am strategically running away.
Oh crap.
Ah, there you go. Hello, Sam. Wait, how did Lex get in here? That's probably why the difficulty spiked so suddenly.
I don't think there's anything over here.
Y'all like video games? I like gaming.
What the fuck even is a video game?
I think the dungeon's cleared.
Yeah, we know that.
Now I have to do the main quest.
Hell yeah, we got XD XP.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see that. Oh, wait, that's the exit.
Oh crap.
Ow.
Oh, what the heck just freaking obliterated me? No, that's a sword! Oh, we are all dead again.
Salmon, it's epic gamer time.
We lost
Uh.
our lives. Huh, it feels feels like that this...
Gaming failed. We'll get him next time.
Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
Well, I mean, we did pretty good, because that's...
Hey, maybe we're supposed to go grind in those dungeons.
Yeah.
I'm back from the dead and ready for gaming.
Back from the dead, reporting. Do we keep our levels?
Yes.
I don't. Wait. Oh. I got a good ass sword, actually, so I'm gonna equip that. I'm sorry, trusty axe. You've been absolutely fantastic, and I'm gonna have to salvage you. So that I can upgrade this one. Alright, stunning, rampaging, or committed.
Ready for gaming.
Deal increase damage to the wounded. After defeating them, there's a 10% chance to increase your attack speed by 50% for a short time. I'm going for rampaging. And I'm not
very cool. I actually like Red Snake. Chance for arrows to explode.
Ooh.
Let's see, salvage. Scale now.
Okay, I should probably.
I switched to a sword, guys. I love that axe, but the sword was way too good. Also, honestly, with that kind of build, I feel like I've been going in with that sword. Alright, Alexis, let's scam me. Alright, we are to die. I got scammed. Well, I mean, it looks like I can salvage it for less emeralds than I paid. Alright. Give me a good artifact, or I swear to God I will kill you. Not a fucking windhorn. I already got one.
What time is it? Holy cow.
11:43 p.m.
Hi, Garrett.
Wow, that was a very long distance he had to travel.
7 more left.
I'm bewildered.
Oh, there's 7 more levels?
Yeah, I guess there's a...
I guess there's more content here than we thought there was.
Well, there's 7
Wait,
more levels.
will it actually want to play them? Because it says locked during beta testing.
Do you mean levels of difficulty, or...
Be 7 more levels.
Oh.
Because the next mission is still... Oh, yeah, there's 6 levels of difficulty on the mission. Or, wait, yeah. So we need to get through difficulty 5, I think, before we do 6. Alright, well, I'm heading off. The clip.
You're heading off.
Why you do that?
I'm heading out.
Watch this.
Alright, I'm gonna look for random chests.
Yeah, if they're gonna have an item exchange thing, they could put it in the house, I guess. Like a chest for your party.
Yeah, I feel like this is supposed to be like an ever-changing area where you add new stuff as you progress through the game, but on account of there's no game yet.
I feel like this game has a lot of potential.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the final release.
The hell was that?
Bounce.
You went boink.
Ready? Let's get outside.
Guys,
The level just freaking descended. Did you see that too?
Yep.
what?
It just freaking ascended from the depths of hell.
Roll directly into the pit around
Y'all need to be able to use
over here.
Jump in the pit.
It's so funny. Oh, I was hanging out with the scarecrow for
So now with the thing.
What's your guys' power level now?
I've escaped. I've
What's your
escaped
guys'
containment.
Guys, what's your power?
I've escaped containment.
Guys, what's your power?
My power?
Yeah.
10.
Lex? 7?
7.
I'm 17. Look, Corey can confirm
What
it.
do you have?
I have a sword that does 19 damage. A
I'm
unique
just gonna
armor.
trade a bunch until I get actually something good from the blacksmith.
A unique armor that's 18 defense, and then a unique bow. Then I have.
Well, for the second double.
I have armor with 12 defense, but it also gives me plus 46 health.
Alright, I'm salvaging my little wolf armor to replace it with fox armor. Oh, it's not rare, it's unique.
Yeah, I have a unique armor.
Yeah, my armor is
I also have a
unique.
unique weapon.
I can get cooldown, snowball, or recycler.
Alright, what do you... I have Nightmare's Bite, Highland armor, and a longbow.
I have a sword,
Being hit by
Highland
damage.
armor, and a red snake.
I have a diamond sword.
Being hit by damage-inflicting projectiles will occasionally generate arrows.
Wait, so Lex, how did you get the fox armor?
I got it from the.
I'm
blacksmith.
4
Just
emeralds
spam
short.
traded until I got
Dang it.
Okay, I'm gonna invest in snowball.
Okay, then
And-
you can invest by doing the mission.
Well, I'm getting ready first. No, I don't want to salvage my good sword.
I accidentally fell.
I basically have 2 scythes.
Bruh.
Bruh. Salmon and Lex, ready up.
Not yet. All right. Well, I have 2 points that I can't do anything with. All right, guys. Because of the fox armor that I have now, I am officially a furry.
Yeah, you've been
Ev-
a furry, Lex.
I mean, you've walked around with an army of dogs. If you weren't a furry, then I don't know.
Walk out and use a buttload of dogs.
Yeah, that way.
What?
I got a fox outfit that's better in every way.
My dungeon's just trash.
Poison the enemies! Poison the enemies!
Salmon crash, salmon crash.
Funny salmon crash. Yeah, you can pre-order them.
Oh, that's a horrible time for the potion effect to wear off!
Ta-da!
Alright, back up, back up. Oh wait, the TNT fell into a hole.
My arrows explode.
It did nothing. Alright. My new gear is absolutely kick-ass and I love it.
My arrows do poison damage and they also explode.
Salmon, are you playing the fucking snapshot?
Angry!
Wait, I just realized, is this game...
Yeah, I have
Is this
the...
game hooking up to Discord rich presents? Because quite frankly, that's the ultimate flex.
I don't know, is it? I gotta wait for my, Inger thing to charge up again.
Rampage!
Yeah, the Rampage is honestly pretty freaking good.
Dude, I was mildly hyped for this game before, but like now I am so fucking excited for it to come out. The beta test ultimately is the best promotion they possibly could have given.
Great potion! Come here! I one-shot my enemies!
Okay, this armor is kicking ass. I am dying way less than I was before. Also, I guess I'm level 13 now.
Level 12.
Fight, 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 fight.
Someone once said, "You need arrows."
Need arrows.
Whoa.
As a wise man once said, need arrows.
A lot about society.
The freaking rampage, I don't know what it is, but with these scythes, it's freaking overpowered. You are dead. Oh, Salmon's back.
Yes. No, my game
Congratulations.
crashed, so I
Congratulations.
I can't drown myself.
Okay, I kind of wish. I'm a little jealous of the sprinting on account of this movement is really slow.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I'll trade in one of my dogs to be able to run if I ever get boots. I'll have to.
My armor gives me sprint every time I roll.
I'm ready for battle. Get me to the front lines.
Explode! Billy Mays here. I'm declaring war on stay.
Billy Mays here. I'm bleeding out. I have been stabbed.
I am bleeding out.
Helping.
Alright. Back up.
I'm declaring war on
Oh god, I don't want to
stay.
waste this freaking strength, but I gotta wait till the thing builds up again.
Alright. Explosions. So many explosions.
Wait, hold on. I got a better bow. Pink scoundrel! I got a bow called the pink. I have a chance to enrage.
The pink scoundrel?
Yeah, the pink scoundrel. Look,
There's chance to what?
so it has the chance to enrage mobs.
So they fight each other?
Ooh. That sounds awesome, actually. If it does what it seems to do.
Oh yeah.
Jesus Christ, this is a mess. I'm just pressing A.
I'm gonna stand over here now.
Dude, this armor is so good. Actually, oh, never mind. I know.
Big scoundrel.
Alright, I'm just gonna come over here and kill this problem with the source.
Okay, I need to heal, hold on. Ooh, apple.
There's an enchanted sheep and I'm gonna kill it. I'll drop your pork. Thank you.
Okay, I'm starting to get a little concerned about the Gmail app. I've gotten 4 notifications to the same email.
I have an axe that I can salvage now.
Arrows.
Okay. That's
Oh, that is a lot of spiders.
I can hear a lot of noises.
I don't know what enrage
I can't hear any noises, my sound's off.
What does enrage? What does enrage mean?
Well, ideally you don't want the enemy attacking faster.
Attack the pig! I got an axe.
Oh, I thought I got the axe. Stinky. Oh, I did get the axe, and it's better than my sword.
bomb has been planted.
Looting or weakness?
Waiting for my mushroom to
Hell yeah! I'm
Bomb has
a
been
300% chance for a good item to drop.
get Shrek'd!
My sword has a 300% chance to drop for mobs to drop loot.
Oh, I accidentally killed the villagers thinking that...
Gaming is okay.
Oh, I accidentally shot
killed the
civilians.
villagers in the murderous. I killed everyone.
Oh.
Yes, we freed you. Now give us loot.
I'm afraid that we require payment, or we will lock you back up.
Give us funnies.
Right. Bronx.
Leveled up.
I leveled up.
Nice.
Pink scoundrel has done it again.
Garrett's pink scoundrel is ready for action.
What does it do?
I think it's bound. I think you can't bound.
My new armor has leeching on it, or I think it was the armor, and Jesus Christ, the amount that it's healing me, I'm just charging
I'm
the
fine.
barrel and hitting shit. Oh, okay, never mind, I died.
Alright, Garrett, let's go.
Rescue mission.
Hell,
Congratulations.
Oh crap! Why are you all
Oh!
dead?
Got wrecked. Never mind.
Gaming, okay. Alright, I got the back.
Oh! Owie!
that is a significant amount of damage I sure am taking. Oh no.
That is a lot of people dead.
Oh boy, that's a lot of corpses. That's a lot of bodies.
Let the bodies hit the floor.
God damn it! Stop dying!
Stop dying for 3 minutes. I'm still dead. I'm still dead.
Literally dead on the ground. Guys, I need arrows.
I need arrows. Alright, so I figured out the best strategy. So I eat the mushroom, right? And then I freaking charge into battle for like 30 seconds.
Yes! I have the leeching power, which means I gain health
This is
for
the
every
wrong
enemy
way
I
up
kill.
anyway.
Yes. The long way to Tipperary. What the hell?
Man, I'm really going ham on this cow.
Die, cow, die!
Leeching!
Top 10 question science still can't.
This is a powerful ability!
I made the cow explode.
Ricochet!
That's what the game was called.
Ah! Flash.
Me and the boys playing Ricochet.
Jesus Christ. Oh, no, retreat.
I deleted some skeletons.
I did it.
These villages are free from the clasp of the villagers. All thanks to you.
Yeah, so what I figured out is I have like a mushroom that basically makes me like the super. It's like the sandwich in TF2, and
Yeah, the same thing.
with the scythe that I have, I freaking
Good. Boots of swiftness.
I
Give me
freaking
the
shard.
goods. More boots of swiftness.
Alright, I'm salvaging my kick-ass sword now.
I got a tasty bone.
And using it to power up a kick-ass axe.
Ooh.
I don't want to sell my sword, because I have a leeching ability, which is really good.
I have leeching ability.
So I wanna.
But my axe also has leeching ability, so.
What do you think the best play on this is? Should I salvage my Highland armor for something that has a bit more health?
Yeah.
Light feather.
Oh, I haven't replaced my bow in forever. It's kind of shit. Alright. Salvage. No, don't salvage, then I won't have a bow.
I can stun enemies. Yes.
Alright, few shot. Every few shots has a time explosive arrows.
Yeah, fuse. That's what I have on my bow. That's why I keep pestering you guys for arrows.
I have the equivalent of. Guys, I have a new ability that is basically roll.
So go ahead and level up the fuck out of my fuse shot. Max tier reach. All right. Oh boy, running feels good. All right, kick-ass gear.
Alright, let's see here. How much has my power increased?
I'd say that's a pretty good spread here.
What's your power level, guys?
14.
I did 47 damage with one hit.
Okay.
Oh, right, now I need to spam the black spell.
Lex has 14. What does Corey have? Power level wise.
Hold on.
Alright, I'm just spamming him for gear.
Corey has power level 11. Lex has 14. Salmon, what power level do you have? 7. Still 7.
I got scale mail and it's really good, but it's not as cool as my fox armor. I'm trading it in.
Corey, can you just gently look over to see my power level? Please.
Garrett's level is 22.
I don't know why.
What?
Well, now my power,
Guy-
is recommended. For
Anybody else need arrows?
Guys, should I do multi-shot, growing, or poison cloud?
Multi-shot.
Multi-shot, definitely.
Yeah, max that out. Jeez, this game's fun. Even for 2 levels, it's fun.
Well, it's 2 level. Well, technically it's 12 levels because each one has like a new difficulty.
And then there's difficulties for the difficulties that we can unlock. Well, maybe we can't do that yet.
I rolled into creeper just straight up immediately.
I did 44 damage for one swing.
Alright, well, I think we're getting to the point of being way more OP than developers at this point.
And this is why I wanted to save. That's why I'm sad. I wanna...
Objective is this way.
Well, I mean, it'll save for the demo, it just won't carry over to the final game once that releases.
But can't we get like a thing for beta testing?
Yeah, you get to beta test.
We should get a special. We should get a special hat.
And keep in mind, things will probably be changed between this build and the final game. Yeah.
We demand a cool hat.
But yeah, I'm so glad I got that email. Hey dude, yeah, you get the game. Of course, I don't get to own the game. I still have to like pay for it. Like, all the other stuff.
My game crashed and I just said, I'm gonna
How much is that?
$20.
Really?
Only $20.
This is a game that I would pay $60 for. This feels like a full price $60 game.
That's what Unranged does! Cool, I found out what it does.
Ah!
It actually is like a charm. It's pretty much a charm.
I deleted a lot of things.
That place in
I'm gonna go take a nap now.
Switch. I'm getting this on all the platforms.
Well, come over here, you funny boy.
Salmon, you can't walk through the walls.
God, this game's addictive. It's more than I anticipated, which I like.
Yeah, honestly, when I first saw Minecraft Dungeons, I thought, man, this looks kind of dumb. But like,
Well, you can rack up some pretty interesting combos.
I've never actually played a game like this before. I know there's a lot of them. I have not played.
I have to turn Sam.
I played Doom and nearly finished Doom Eternal, but then I uninstalled Doom Eternal to install Half-Life Alyx, and now Corey's just sitting there like an idiot.
There.
Hey, that's a zombie. That's not allowed.
Oh my god, who has the freaking lightning? Oof, owie.
Touch my bone.
Don't worry, I took like 7 mobs with me at the same time. I like the ragdoll. Oh, heads up.
And I feel like the multiplayer adds a lot to this game as well. I'm having way more fun now than I was
Alright,
having.
I took out like a buttload of creepers with me.
Covering.
Thank you. Run!
Oh, fuck.
Ow, I stood too close to that.
Oof, ouch, Allie.
Oof, my bones.
My stinging. Stop taking all the fucking items, I need bread!
Darn it. He got the bread.
Bruh, he got the bread, bruh.
Bro momentum.
Stab him or something.
I leveled up.
Dude, we're just fucking burning through the shit at this point. Like, I have so much powerful shit that, like, just fucking annihilating these things. It's fun.
Oh, look up the face of God.
Don't worry, kids, you'll meet Jesus real soon.
I just fucking jumped over the drawbridge.
I'll go hit this bread. I stole all of the arrows.
I stole all of the arrows.
All of the arrows are belong to me.
Ricochet! My arrows ricochet!
I deleted things. I will make these unexist. Get unexisted, liberal.
I did 70 damage from one swing.
Ow!
We are kicking all of the ass. Ooh, pig, 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 pig,
Big, big.
I need the pig covers. Oh. I didn't get the pig covers. You guys wanna help?
Yeah, okay.
Oof, owie, I've been chomped.
You're joking.
I'm gonna get him! I didn't get him!
Buff guy.
Retreating isn't funny.
God, these freaking evokers.
Yeah.
Revive all three at you once.
Why am I all going back here?
What the hell?
Just go ham on him. We can deal with everything else later.
Eat fire, liberal.
I wonder, will I have access to the beta after the game comes out? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I mean, as a demo, this is still kick-ass. Oh right, I have flame arrows.
We gotta go this way.
Hold on, I'm blowing shit up.
I have only unique stuff now. Oh god!
I need to get out. Never mind.
Very low on health. Oh wait, never mind that.
There.
I'm trying to revive, but I'm also trying not to die.
Hello.
I do poison and lightning damage. That's how powerful I am. So lies.
Alright, I need to recuperate my things.
Yeah, let's take
I'm
it.
stealing everything. Give it all
Boing, 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 boing.
Let them tear my hands.
Wait, I got this one.
Oh crap! Oh, I'm out.
Look at that.
Dude, that was a hell of a shot. Would have been even better if it actually hit anything.
So this sword I have has a higher chance of critting. It also does thunder damage and poison damage.
Jesus Christ, that's a lot of shit. Jesus fucking Christ.
Medic! Medic!
Oh. Pin down. Holy crap. Yeah, you're right. That is a lot of stuff. Welcome to life.
That was a lot of shit, and somehow we did not fuck it up. Except I'm very lost. I can't. I just used it. Boo.
Break the bell.
Oh fuck.
Like, literally.
Dude, we're getting through this shit in seconds.
Oh god, run.
I accidentally opened my inventory mid-combat.
He's standing right next to a bomb.
Oh. Using my flame arrows from short distance. Strength potion! We fucking annihilated that thing.
I need a friggin' medic.
No.
You and the villagers villagers of the pumpkin pastures go on to
I
fight
saw
another
Lex
day.
stand there right with the,
Oh
with
man,
the
yeah.
TNT.
So you could really kind of get some interesting combos going. It's like I figured out the best way is charge in there, activate my freaking mushroom thing, and then also the horn. And then I just start slaying.
Used one strength.
Oh boy, another flaming quiver. Okay.
I got another wind horn.
The hunter's armor is better than my fox armor, but at the same time, my fox armor looks cooler. Light feather lets you tumble through the air, stunning and
I
pushing
don't
enemies
know.
back as you go. That actually seems pretty cool. I might retire my dog to not having to be in combat. Ooh, the Highland armor, unique. Gain speed after dodge, 35% damage reduction, plus 30% melee damage, plus 87 health. Alright, I'm willing to retire my fox armor for this. See, obviously, swap those out.
Give
Rest in
me a
peace,
unique.
Fox
Give
armor.
me a unique. God damn it. That's even
Nightmare's
worse than
Bite. Ooh. Dual wield weapon. Scale. Fuck off with the scale mail. Honestly, scale mail can go and die. Oh my god. Oh my god. Unique Nightmare's Bite. 18 to 42 melee
You freaking
damage.
gave me-
Spawns poison. Dude. Okay, I'm salvaging the fuck out of my axe.
Like, guys, look at this.
Enchantments. I can do fire aspect, looting, or leech. Oh, of course I'm getting leeching.
Alright, cool
Alright,
down.
I've got a max leeching Nightmare's Bite.
Alright, I'm power 15 now, level 16.
Corey, look over here. I can strike lightning and freaking kill. And I can strike lightning and poison my enemy.
I could do lightning and chaining, which I think is
Oh, that's neat.
Dude, this loadout is fucking. This loadout.
Boing, boing.
I got the sides. I got the food.
Okay, I got some hunter's armor with actual useful things like a cooldown. And decrease, so.
Well, I did have to part ways with my fox armor, which I regret because that shit was badass. But I've got some good ass armor at the very least.
Shall we continue?
Yes, let's.
Wait, hold on. Let me go ahead and.
Bros,
scam.
happy Saturday.
I'm getting scammed a little.
Who are you gonna keep?
Fuck off with the stupid generic ass axe, Smith.
Let's see here. How hard? Oh, we can go to level 6.
Oh boy. Do we want to?
But
Wait,
let's.
what's my current level?
Power. Let's just do level 5.
I'm power 18. Let's go.
I'm power level 21, so.
Hold on, I
Let's
got.
go, bitches.
Level friggin' 9.
Sam level 9. Is your stuff good, Salmon?
All my stuff is unique.
Have you
Okay,
enchanted
but if it's
it?
not good, then your level is low.
Shut up.
Why did the loading time?
Oh,
Uh-oh. This is awfully smelly.
Corey, you're. Okay.
Good God.
No mercy.
Everything.
How do you even poison a fucking zombie? How does that?
Yeah. Epic piss. Okay, hold on. I'm a save up my health potion for over there.
Blindly charging isn't the best of strategies.
Who would have guessed, honestly?
Kill everything.
Well, that was a good 10 seconds.
Coming in.
Damage to the professional. And we can try not to charge at the enemy.
Dude.
1,000,000 miles an hour.
What am I healing from? Weird.
My crit rate is so high. Maybe I should just stop.
I'm out.
Enrage! Oh, hey! Look at that! Stop! Thank you, Sam, for healing. I just got some more farmers. What did I just pick up? I just but Salmon, my random crit rate is as equivalent as the TF2 version of random crits.
Random crits are fair and balanced.
That's a lot of random assets. Dude, I'm pre-ordering this shit on the Switch and on the PC, honestly.
Yeah, this game is awesome. I have no idea how they did it. I don't know a place to.
They announced it, I thought, Minecraft spin-off about, it's not even, like, Minecraft, it's for nerds, it's for stupid nerds,
Like,
nobody's gonna want that.
I was not.
But actually, this is an ultra Chad gamer.
This is fun.
Chad crack.
Yo, remember when we were having difficulty with this?
Yeah.
Gotta hit that grind just like Diablo.
I like it how Salmon just has a power level of 9.
Yeah, so Dad was playing freaking Diablo and he realized that there was a second half of the game and he was already way too powerful.
That was me and Dad. Dad was a freaking wizard.
Where the hell are you guys going?
Nobody knows. Scientists are still trying to figure it out.
Dad was a wizard, I was a freaking barbarian. Dad, at the end of the first, like, part, Dad could shoot 2 lasers out of his hand and instantly recharge, and I could summon 3 gods. And we kind of just obliterated the second part.
Go get him.
Flex sound, but I can run faster than you.
Go get him, Tiger. Wait, don't we need to go this way?
I think we're unlocking new sections.
Are we?
Anyone getting that vibe?
We definitely
Kill innocent farm animals.
Oh, wait, yeah, this bridge doesn't seem familiar, actually. So maybe we are actually getting the map more developed as we go higher.
Whoa, God! I love the ragdoll physics.
Yeah. Oh, crap. It looks so fucking ridiculous when you kill literally anything. And just
Or would I... Ow! Jesus.
Wait, who died?
I'm right over here. You weren't rendering us down. For some reason you were standing up as I revived you.
Okay, guys, there's split ways. Okay, Salmon can go one way.
Owie, owie.
Sam,
I'm falling back. I need to heal.
okay, Corey, heads up. There's one way. I'm kind of bored, so let's go one way and they go the other, okay?
Alright.
Seems fair? That's it.
Alright,
See
time to try out whatever the hell this thing is. It didn't do anything.
both die.
Y'all might want to teleport to Lex immediately.
Not,
Please teleport over here right now.
Corey, we're going over.
Oh god. A little late for that.
God damn it.
I survived. Okay.
Help.
Whoop. Well, I'm just gonna blow up your corpse real quick.
There's lots of bad thingies.
Oh wait, why help revive when I could just steal arrows nearby? Wait, come on, man. Obviously. Alright. Need arrows, need arrows, need arrows. Alright. Nope. I'm joining the
I did it.
Corey!
I'm alive.
I'm dead.
Wait, what am I getting hit by?
Corey's about to die.
Everybody's
Dead.
Well, yeah, because I'm on the freaking opposite side of the map that you were on.
I was right next to you. Corey. You could've
us
healed me.
right back in the battle. Okay.
Okay, Bubby. We should probably go help Lex.
I'm doing fine.
Wait, guys, the objective is
I
south.
was shooting a Wait.
We were going the wrong way.
We were going the complete fucking wrong way.
Oh, that's a ravine.
Does anybody want to actually, like, revive the... Oh, speaking of which...
Oh god.
Gotta get over this bridge.
Oh boy.
This is the funny zone.
Funny has been achieved. Oh boy. Okay then.
Oh, Jesus. I keep forgetting creepers.
Medic.
Why are you
I didn't forget
Yeah.
creepers, I just went to a giant pit of them.
Help.
Guys, heal. Which one are you healing him?
I leveled up and I'm still dead.
Lex, why are you healing Corey?
I don't know where he is. I'm trying to... Oh, I see him. There's a lot of spiders here. Alright, here we go.
Alright, quick. We must. Oh, Jesus!
I'm not equipped to survive this.
Where Gart? Not again.
Guys, you gotta stick together, okay? You know what? Screw that.
Okay, stick together.
Sure.
Why are we going split?
Wing.
Okay, you know what? Fine. Everyone teleport to Salmon.
Too late. I already hit the dead end.
Everybody teleport to me. I'm not giving good advice, I'm just giving advice.
Okay, fine. Teleport to Lex. Salmon, where are you? I thought you were supposed to teleport to Lex.
I did.
Yeah, everybody just get over here. Corey, where are you?
Testing something out.
Oh, that's not nice. Should I pick up Diablo? Because I haven't. And I know it's like a classic or whatever, so I haven't played it.
Brett.
Howdy.
Brett.
Afraid it's too hot. Seems Yeah, I don't remember any of this.
Corey, where the heck are you? Oh.
There's tons of
Yeah, this is definitely a different layout.
Yeah.
Bouncy arrows, ricochet, oh
10 supplies! It's just straight up somebody's house.
Straight up robbing someone.
Robin the bank.
I mean,
Okay,
it's their
guys,
fault for
fancy
hoarding arrows.
time. Fancy time on the table.
Alright, here's the plan. We're gonna sacrifice Garrett to the blood guns. Get in there!
I haven't run out of arrows in so long. I don't know where I keep getting them.
Is it because of one of your abilities?
Maybe? I don't know. Oh boy. Alright, run! Get out of the range!
I got an axe.
Nice.
We obliterated everything.
I appreciate it.
Oh, that's a pig! Kill the pig!
Putty pig! Putty pig! Putty pig!
I got more wolf armor.
Ooh, a dog.
I have 3 wolf armor.
I don't know what I got. Oh, I got an axe. That's
I'm not
less powerful than
sacrificing
my
for you.
axe.
I'm gonna wait. Oh, that's a lot of enemies.
Don't forget, you're not technically allowed to kill the villagers. But they do disappear in a cloud of smoke after you free them, so... I don't know what you would call that.
Second degree murder, I guess.
No, that's very much first degree.
It's manslaughter.
Oh, I accidentally threw TNT I didn't realize I had. I think the arrows died.
You got this? Yeah, you got it.
You got this.
Come on.
Bro, you
we're at
got
the
this.
last
I trust you.
stage. Everyone stick together, okay? We are not. Don't split apart.
I'm going this
Bad.
way.
I'm going this
Yeah, we're
way.
gonna get us killed.
Correction, he's gonna get himself killed. It's the timer that kills the rest of us. Oh boy, that was a horrible mistake. Get this man some arrows. Ooh, I leveled up.
Ah! I didn't heal in time.
Oh boy, it's time for the boss. God damn it. Okay, die, first of all. You die. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. I'm just trying to revive my friend.
I got salmon down here. How did you? Damn, how did?
Who still needs to be revived? Guys.
Damn, how the heck? Uh-oh.
Oh, we can do this? Well, it's been an honor, guys.
No, we're so close.
Gaming.
Sam was like on a ledge, and I had no idea how he got there.
Salmon
I regret to inform you that gamer has occurred.
Salmon's playing by his own rules. I need to eat something. I'm really hungry.
Eat a protein bar or something, fatty.
No, game, why do you do this to me? Alright, oh, we can start by salvaging the obvious stuff.
There's no cheese it's left and I'm depressed.
Okay, so I have a unique Nightmare's Bite with really good advantages, but I have a sword with 3 points more and a lot of potential upgrade paths. Well, I'm sorry, Nightmare's Bite. You've been honestly great, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to salvage you.
Cannot access the blacksmith.
Oh, whoops.
I just found out that I have to use
man,
I
upgrade
have to
path.
salvage my uniques. Bruh. 'Cause I just found out that there's stuff that's actually better.
Freezing or leeching? Alright, I went leeching.
Yeah, definitely leeching. Okay, what the fuck is up with my video cable? I'm getting a little concerned because it keeps blipping in and out. A little weird.
So I got the quiver.
What the hell?
Rapid fire! I'm out of arrows.
Ooh. Okay. Potion barrier. Whenever you use a healing potion, you take 90% less damage for a short duration.
Jesus.
Jeez.
I am taking.
I found some armor where it has health synergy on it, which basically means whenever I do my funny mushroom move, it freaking gives me health.
All right, I'm back to. I got kick-ass equipment again. I've got a sword with Fire Aspect 1, Leeching 3. I've got wolf armor with level 2 potion barrier. I've still, of course, got my level 3 fuse shot bow. I've got level 19 boots of swiftness, level 19 flaming quiver, and level 12 light feather, which is shit. I'm gonna replace it with so level 18 boots of bone. Open that with the smith, and let's see what I can get from the smith. Scale mail. Fuck off. I don't want scale mail. Stop giving me garbage. I don't want your garbage. Stop.
Die.
You did actually
Die.
give me a better bow.
Die.
Alright, well, it's been a long time, Mr. Bow, but it's time to replace you. Alright, if you get growing... Oh, I guess I'll just get the fuse shot again. Infinity! Infinity, chance to immediately replenish an arrow after shooting, but it's maximum 48% chance, which is kind of dumb.
Should we go on with a level?
Fuse shot. I'm still looking at potential options.
Move speed or 10 arrow.
Alright, I'm ready.
Okay, so this is pretty good.
How do you jump?
Garrett. Sure. What's your joke? Ah, that's so funny.
Yeah, that's very funny.
Bro, guys, I can't believe Minecraft added accessibility settings for the April Fool's update. That's so funny, guys. What a funny prank.
Yo, I'm actually eating like wait, hold on. 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16.
I'm ready.
18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30. I'm Imagine eating 30
Salmon
marbles
fish,
at
ready up.
once.
Garrett's about to eat 30 marbles.
Feel
How the
like
marbles
surprised
taste.
villager looking at the bell like an idiot.
He thinks it's sexy.
Yo, the illiterates has roasted the people.
Let me in.
Oh! Oh my god, the sword.
This is different.
I wonder where the battle's happening.
Dude, my new gear kicks. And I've got two looking wolf. I'm not going to take any damage with this now. Oh boy, I got the funny block. Hold on, let me just clean out your corpse a little. Oh boy.
I sent him to space! Hey, watch out, watch out!
Where?
I am next to die. Alright, get out of the range. Ow.
You have fallen for an e-girl.
An ally has fallen for an e-girl. An ally has become a simp.
Lego City! Start the shotgun! Hey!
Garrett, where the hell are you going?
Nobody knows.
Uh-oh.
Science can't explain our decision. Wait.
Bombs.
That's a lot of bombs.
What are you doing? Revive him.
I'm reviving him.
Revive me, don't.
Run!
Run! I must save Seven. Go! Go! Ah!
Oh, I just realized people are dead.
Oh.
Well, it's been a gaming.
It's been a gaming. So...
The objective is this way.
Yeah, but the fun is this way.
Seven, stop the party from the group, idiot! Why we died?
Need help.
Heck.
Wait, where the fuck even are you?
Go up the hill. No, go up the hill. That hill, the marker. You see the marker? Go up that hill. It's a block high, so you can go up. No, Curry! You're an idiot! Oh my god!
Well, I tried, guys. I really honestly did. Unfortunately, your instructions were completely non-specific and I had no fucking clue.
You know the hail.
Corey, look! I was up here! I was up here!
Okay, well
Idiot.
we're pressing on.
Idiot. I'm in a
The objective is not this way.
Salmon. Salmon, but you're gonna die.
Oh yeah, I desperately need arrows too, actually. Please don't take them.
I stole yours.
Actually,
Salmon.
and I know because
Cross back here. Hold on, give me a second.
oh, Tim. Hey, Tim, I'm so scared, guys. Guys, Tim.
Push back. My arrows now have knockback. Go away.
Guys, I found a dungeon.
Cool. Nobody fucking cares. Okay.
I guess I'm out of here.
Supply chest, don't mind if I take everything. Hmm.
Cool.
Yeah,
You're the one
that's
who
about
died.
right.
You're using part
Part
of
of the entire team.
Yeah, stop leaving everybody behind. Maybe this won't happen. I'm coming over. Chill out.
Yeah, but I found a dungeon.
Oh. Well, that worked out well. What the fuck did I just teleport to?
Hold on, I'm coming over.
Okay, we're all dead.
Teleport.
Yep.
Well, I guess we're in the dungeon now. I guess.
Watch out!
I guess this is what we're doing.
Whoa, I got a lot of emeralds from that.
That is a lot of emeralds. Some would even argue it is a large quantity of emeralds.
It's not a very big dungeon.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else.
How did you, all three of you, die in here?
Because
There were so many things I was not expecting to
There was a
get directly.
singularity that instantly killed me. You wanna know what my character looks like? A freaking lumberjack. Like all I need is like a unique axe.
You did in fact find a dungeon. Congratulations.
Jeez, like calm down.
Heads up.
God
Oh,
damn it.
crap!
Who was it?
TNT explodes when you die.
Pro tip, stop dying. Did you know people die when they
No, when people get hit, they die.
Epic Gamer
that,
tip:
kill all your friends.
avoid dying.
Yeah, just use
Where-
Don't die and you won't experience death. What just happened?
Whoa! The hell? Okay. Yeah. Bug. Bug.
Yeah.
Honestly, they probably will.
Yeah, filing a bug report, literally all we do is leave a link to the stream and be like, just watch.
A dungeon?
I found a dungeon.
Everyone. Okay, Salmon needs some help.
Divide and conquer, that seems like a good idea. Never gone wrong before.
Alright, gang, let's split up.
I'm finding a whole lot of
Medic!
Oh, wait, never mind, I found a chest.
Medic!
What do you
Oh, I'm
mean,
back in
medic?
action. I was so low, I ran. I ran.
I ran as a
Oh.
little kid.
Can't even walk.
That is quite comedic. Oh no, he killed my dog. Time to John Wick.
Oh, he killed me, dog.
Oh right, these tombs exist. Alright, that is a lot of shit.
Holy crap.
Sickles. Oh, they're better than my sword. Oh, they're better than my sword. I don't want to get rid of my sword, but...
Well, you can just unenchant it. Use those enchantment points for something else.
What do you need?
I think we cleared this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've got everything to get. Lots of dungeons in Minecraft dungeons. Oh, that was an accident. I meant to just use my bow. Oh lord. Okay, this is a lot. Oh, back up, back up. Oh.
Look at that idiot.
Help!
I went AFK to enchant my stuff for 1 second and you guys are already about to die.
Oh, look at that well.
Oh, well.
Ah! I just actually rolled directly off the bridge. Dude, Gart really be communism though. Oh great,
Bro, that's crazy. You made the whole squad laugh.
ow. I'm Help me, I'm actually dead.
Damn it.
And this dude's just dancing on my corpse.
What the hell kind of person is that?
Help! What the?
Who's not helping?
Oh, great.
Everybody's dead.
Damn it, everyone's dead.
Looks like you're about to die too, if I'm gonna be honest.
Don't worry about it.
A lot of health you're missing.
Run, Garrett.
Get over here, please.
Run, boy, run.
Oh, yeah. You like.
And this is why dividing and conquering is not working out for us.
Everybody divide and conquer.
Alright.
Do it in your gay.
Well,
Uh-oh. Wait, what? Hey, what?
Kill the evoker at all costs. Including the game. Actually, wait. An interesting style. Minecraft. It reminds me of Minecraft. Hey,
that was a joke.
What the hell?
Why isn't this guy dying?
Oh.
I do mine. Ultimately, there are a lot of kills to be got, though. On account of Jesus Christ, look at that. Hey,
I need the bread. Please.
yeah, so do I. Get from the bread line. Please get for having the sickles.
I think we're going the wrong way. Actually, no, it loops back around. Never mind.
I am out of air. This is not good when going towards the skeleton. Because it means you just have to kind of go hand and put stuff down. Ow, I died. Speaking of Tam, there's
What the hell?
Help, please.
Working on it.
Insane. It's time for Wii Epic Melee Comp. Oh boy, it's time to ring the bell.
I have
The funny bell.
305 health.
I find this highly related.
We're so far back.
Just keep hitting him. Just keep hitting him. Did you guys see that there was a new eggs guide to Minecraft for some fucking reason?
Yeah.
You
What?
did it. And the villagers of the pumpkin pasture
By
will
some-
go
The
on
last
to fight
time they
another
made
day.
one was like 2016, right?
Wait, did we win?
Yes, somehow.
Yeah,
We're getting good at this.
we're getting better.
Allegedly.
Look, Lex, Do you like the video that I sent of Garrett stepping into the leaf dimension?
Wait, the what? I
The
did not see that.
the video.
I didn't see that you sent the video of that.
It's not a video. I'm making a joke about lag.
Oh. I'm stupid. The leaf dimension would be like, Leaf dimension would be like, what is that? Sound dies.
Why do I hear? Why is there so many sticks on the ground? Game crashes.
Oh, I don't want to replace my fucking my fucking wolf armor. It's cool, but I've got powerful ass scale now, and it's like, damn. All right, I'm just gonna spam the blacksmith. See if he gives anything good. Alright, I am out of ammo. He did not give anything good.
I literally only got armor and all of it is garbage.
Give me
Time
the
to get
goods.
some upgrades.
Give me the goods. Okay, that's actually good, I guess.
Alright, let's go ahead and salvage everything.
Fire aspect. Yeah. Give me the Sonic.
Oh boy, that's a lot of enchantment options for this axe. No, I don't want to salvage it. I want to sharpness, prospector, and echo. Alright, I'm gonna get sharpness and echo.
Whoa, wait. When I fully enchant, like my wolf armor is fully enchanted. Look at its eyes. When you fully enchant it, look at its eyes. Huh. I have the power of 27. I am becoming strong.
Let's see. I can get. Man, this is hard. It's not really good option. Go with speed shot and.
Jeez, this is a fun game. How long have we been streaming?
Literally constantly, forever.
We've been streaming forever and never stopping this. We've been streaming for an hour and a half. Yo, remember when our power level, the group's power level only added to like 7? Now our power level's 23.
I have level 21.
I have a power level of 27.
25.
We have been streaming for 3 hours and 5 minutes.
Oh,
Look how much damage I do with this.
we can't see your damage.
Dude,
It's 50.
Hold on.
80.
I do 85 to 130.
I repeatedly do 34 plus 4 fire damage.
My bow did 151 damage on the first shot. Oh my god. I've got pretty good ass.
Alright, let's do it.
Yeah, I got burning, which makes it so that damage is taken by literally anything that is within melee range. Any enemies that are in melee
Okay,
range.
guys. So here's the plan. There is no plan. But
The plan is to flail around like morons until something happens.
but the lesson we've been learning is splitting up is a horrible idea.
Alright guys, let's split up.
Okay, crap, was Frank, no, Fred from Scooby-Doo.
Okay, hold on. I need to adjust on account of I have my back against the seat of my chair.
Guys, zombie has it.
Oh my god, that is a lot of zombies. Get out of the range! Dude, I've got poison clouds and you shot on this spell. It's insane.
Oh, not that one.
Dude, the range on this thing as well. I am never gonna stop gushing about this game. This is fantastic.
Are we pulling an all-nighter on this game?
Yes. Sleeping is for women.
Yo,
Where the hell are we doing?
We gotta go north.
My dungeon says
Okay.
so many archers, so many skeletons. Oh my god. Fall back.
Oh my god, this is like the 90th time I've gotten Gmail notifications for the same exact piece. What the fuck is it? I need
This isn't as good as actual Minecraft, but this still is really fun.
I think it's kind of nice. I think it's, I mean, obviously it's not the same as regular Minecraft. Granted, this isn't in a genre that I know.
Dungeon?
Level unlocked, CP crit.
Oh, guys, we be a.
Unlocked a level?
Wait,
Yeah, we just unlocked another level. Holy shit.
heck
Oh yeah,
boys,
side
we
quest.
did it.
Wait. This'll be good in here. Apparently, one of my arrows bounced off of 10 things.
think we've played this way more than we were ever intended to. Sitting in 3 hours.
Yo, if Mojang doesn't freaking give us free copies of this because of the length we've been playing this, then should we boycott them?
Mojang bans 4 players after finding them damaging their emotional and physical health by playing Minecraft Dungeons non-stop for 92 hours.
Garrett, where are you going?
Stabbing.
Oh, Garrett needs help. He's still in the dungeon.
Of course he is.
Oh,
Just
the-
leave.
Oh, I'm going back. Let me in. I was back. I was like freaking surrounded by a bunch of skeletons on the surface.
Yeah.
I'm in the dungeon with him.
Oh. Wait, really?
Ow. That was a lot of damage. Owie.
He did? No, there's nothing.
Chest.
Oh, an axe. But it's not as good as my...
God, she's found a chest.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna take a moment to,
That's the cool thing about the wolf armors. The fact that...
Where is it?
Follow me.
We already emptied it. Went.
Yeah, but there's always stuff around
Right here.
Oh. I'm not going out there.
Yeah.
wait, what the... Did
Do
I
not-
just salvage the wrong fucking thing?
Do
Oh my
not
God.
go out the door.
I salvaged the wrong thing. I am
Go out
so
the door and find out.
I salvaged my axe and I meant to salvage my bow. I'm stupid. I'm fine.
Now you're back with fists. Oh crap.
Oh boy.
Medic, medic. Wait up here if you don't mind.
Shall not rest till we find every bug.
Oh, we regrouped. Okay.
Mojang gives us medals of armor for medals of armor. Medals of
Yes,
honor for
medals-
finding
medals of honor.
literally every single bug in the entire game and allowing them to use it.
Yeah, this entire stream is just gonna.
When I bang my computer, blue screen. So wait a minute.
Yeah, Mojang is just gonna give us like a freaking every.
Alright, I need to catch up. I was fucking around with items and stuff, and now I need to jump over. Fun!
Just spam arrows down the line. Does Minecraft Dungeons generate new areas?
I don't think it's generating new areas, but I think
We're going in a circle, guys. We're going in a circle, guys. Virgin.
Oh yeah, we are going in a circle.
But it's fun. Ooh, don't mind me.
Wait, no, we're not going in a circle. No, we're going the right way.
No, we aren't.
No, keep going. There's a bridge.
Funny.
This way.
It's up.
Oh, we have to go around in a spiral and then up on the bridge.
Wait, oh, fuck. You misled me. I'm just gonna teleport.
Well, I'm the idiot for always thinking.
Why is it on fire?
What is that?
Ow!
Ow!
What's the purple flames?
You're dead.
Oh boy. Okay. I'm about to commit a fucking
Watch
suicide.
out! Bunny burger!
What the fuck?
I have no idea.
What?
I'm so glad
What the hell? I see purple fire.
Yeah,
Yeah, there was a purple creeper.
It must have been enchanted.
Ow again.
Man, the Shadow Brew is absolutely perfect for being a total pussy.
Oh no! Oh no!
Ow.
Thanks.
Oh! Sorry.
I already got him.
Yeah, but I double got him.
I am very low.
I'm waiting for the Doom Eternal.
Where the hell is the caravan?
Probably gonna be another one.
To a house.
Let's raid this.
Guys!
Inside.
The bread!
Oh,
Boomer,
sweet.
give me the bread! I need the bread!
Jesus is the bread.
Hold on.
Jesus is the bread.
Come join us.
Okay, is everyone...
Yeah, but it's fully sterile.
I'm healed up.
How many arrows do you have?
145.
Okay, we're all good.
Is everyone healed up?
I'm doing one.
Alright. We'll take care of some of these spiders out here.
That's the spider's nest. Giant cookie.
There. Funny committed.
Baby! Baby! Come here! Come here, I'm gonna kick your ass! Wait, what the heck is a hawk brand?
I have no idea, but I just got it.
I think it's a unique.
Let's kill a bunch of things and also free the village, I guess. Not all of them. Oh, fuck! I don't know why I thought that would be a good idea. I was thinking that was dropped by a sheep for some reason.
You shoot arrows down. Working! Ah, crap. Ah, nuts.
I made a mistake.
We're gonna be the people where it's like, where they're on Steam and it's like, it's fine.
Oh god,
What
It's like the Steam reviews where it's like, it's fine, recommended, and then it's like 2,000 hours in the game.
Oh, medic!
I am speaking completely incoherent.
You're not healing him, Corey. What are you doing?
Oh, there you go.
Oh.
this even the... yeah, it is.
Run! Run! It's great, escape!
I am literally can't. I know.
I am literally can't.
These villages are free from the clasp of the illagers. All thanks
Oh my
to you.
god, that was scary. Like the armada of skeletons was scary.
Actually tried to do this single player.
Oh god.
I was
Yeah.
trying earlier, and I mean, I was having fun, but it didn't go up difficulty, so, you know, that might be why.
So yeah, it's best to do this with group.
Death Cat Mushroom.
I tell you, I can have a dog again.
The death cap is pretty useful.
It is.
I can have a powerful dog.
Coop dog, coop dog.
I thought you liked your dog.
I love my dog. I also sold them for emeralds.
Smiting.
Give me the goods.
Set mobs on
I'm gonna switch to keyboard and mouse controls just to see how good they are after playing controller for so long.
Hey guys, look what I got.
That's not doing it. How do I salvage?
I'm mining.
Mining away.
No, look.
I don't know what. I'm the mine.
I got a
Wait, what?
pickaxe.
Hold on. A fucking pickaxe?
I'm mining.
What can you do with it? Is it just a regular weapon that is completely...
It does a decent amount of damage. 63 per hit.
38 per hit for me.
Ooh, a pre-enchanted bow. Don't mind if I do.
Sickles?
I might just use it as a joke weapon. Oh, I got 8 okay sickles, but they're not really
Fire
good.
aspect, so I can set people
Stop giving me garbage. Fucking the blacksmith just keeps giving me garbage. I don't want this.
I got another pickaxe, but it's not as good.
increase critical hit chance.
Okay, I need to just like reboot my watch because I think it's fucking glitching for some reason. I don't care about fucking single email that you want to keep notifying me about. It's not even a good email. Alright, I've come to the conclusion the blacksmith is a garbage person who hates me.
Blacksmith. Spends 3 days making a tool for your Lex. This is absolute freaking garbage. I think you hurt his feelings a little bit.
He's looking down right now. He's sad.
I did what I had to.
Here, watch some Demo Man TF2.
I'm a miner. No way! Right after I made that joke, I immediately get a diamond pickaxe. I'm mining.
Alright, blacksmith, I'm giving you one more chance to fucking prove yourself.
Am I playing the right game?
Sickles. He gave me communism.
Yeah, that's good.
Stop giving me the fucking swords. Stop it. I don't want your garbage. He's giving me the garbage. I know it. You ain't slick.
I think I can actually just max out all of my weapons. But no, I can't.
Oh, that's what the diamond pickaxe boost is. It finds more emeralds. Let's see here. What's my power level? It's 28. So now my pickaxe weakens my enemies. It also affects
Stop selling me communism. I don't want your stupid sickles.
Sorry.
Alright,
Oh.
One Ring Trader. Do you have, oh, I don't have enough emeralds, so no.
We actually got a new map.
Oh boy! Here we fucking go! This is what we've been waiting for.
Gentlemen, the time has come.
See?
Why
ca-
is this the same thumbnail image?
I don't know if we just freaking like unlocked it or if they added it. Like,
I think, well, we unlocked it because it was a, we got it from the dungeon.
there's like, who are these idiots? They need more. They need more things to keep them busy. Obviously.
Kill him. Oh boy, it's dark.
I'm mining. I'm mining. Why do monkeys keep killing me all the time? I'm just mining water. I just filled in a hole. Now I'm crying. Hey Corey, for a nice pickaxe. We're a pickaxe. Wait, what type of pickaxe is that?
Just pickaxe.
I have a diamond pickaxe.
Oh fuck. Alright, let's see what's in here. Oh boy.
Oh, now I'm just getting pickaxes now. I just got like 2.
It's decided that's just who you are.
Yeah, I'm a pickaxe
Pickaxe
man.
guy. Sing us a song, you're the pickaxe man. Sing us a song.
You're the pickaxe.
Pick us an axe, get out of the range, Sam.
Pick up.
Cause we're all in a mood for mining.
It gave me a pickaxe, what the fuck? It's trolling us. The game is trolling us because this is way too long for anybody to play a glorified demo. They're trying to troll us, guys.
It wasn't expecting the game.
Guys, a puzzle! Oh! Shit. Nice.
Yeah, I'm coming over.
Where are you guys?
I was switching out my bow.
Just ignore.
Oh God, that's a lot of them.
Just ignore them.
Just ignore the enemies. Focus on my eyes.
Follow me.
You might be dying, but that's not important right now.
That isn't important.
I'm
I'm
going
going to die. It is alright because I had sprint.
How the hell did you guys get all the way over there?
Just,
Oh,
I just got a thing called a guardian bow.
Alright, I went straight up the circle.
Oh, what did you get? A hunter's armor.
Where?
Wait, what do you mean?
Where are you? How are you south of us?
Yeah. I think you might be. I have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
Well, then again, he is Lex.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a balcony. Oh, this wall? Yeah, no, that's closed. We just freaking teleport through it. What the hell?
Wait, what? It's open for me. That's weird.
It looks closed for us.
They just have a massive pile of fucking bug reports in the morning, all from us.
Oh, just from us.
Mining,
And then
mining,
the lick.
keep killing me all the time. I'm just
Alright, where heads up.
just fell in a hole.
Bonk!
Crying.
Bonk!
I wish I knew more lyrics. Dog, kill everyone. He survives an explosion. Good job.
Kill them all. Why?
Oh, what is that?
What the heck? I don't know, but I'm smacking it over and over again and it's not dying.
Okay, so Lex is there. I'm gonna teleport to Corey. Mining.
What's up, homies?
It's another pickaxe. Okay, now
Alright, we gotta go this way.
now I'm starting to feel like that I'm getting trolled by the game because I keep getting pickaxes.
Makes you think, huh?
That was scary.
Really brings in the Obama.
The Obama.
There's an Obama in all of us. It's heavily level up.
I love critical strikes and
Whoa.
It's a lot of emeralds.
Mining.
Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! Hey, wait! You...
That's a fallen bridge if I've ever seen
I
one.
just fell in a hole.
Wait.
Now I'm crying.
Okay, we gotta go this way.
Whee! I don't fear fall
Oh,
damage.
you just activated
Oh.
something.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna be honest, this is a little sad. I feel like we were supposed to unlock this earlier.
Mining.
Heads up, the door's opening!
Just zombies.
Sam got a pickaxe as well.
Oh, I'm throwing the TNT and get back. This is an astoundingly bad strategy that is working way too well.
Oh god, that's a lot of enemies. Yeah, screw that.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. What? Okay, I am about to die. How do you revive in keyboard mouse?
Revive him!
Nope,
I'll
you're
cover you.
fine.
Oh, whoops. Okay, there we go. So, alright. 1, 2.
Thank you, that's very
I'm trying, okay?
Oh, I need to duck down a little bit.
Oh boy. Okay.
Bruh.
Oh boy.
I got you.
A bro moment has been detected in this building.
This is a level 2 bra moment. Level 2 bra moment detected.
Bruh. How do we open this wall? Oh wait, probably just by pressing it.
I'm not sure if that was the best of ideas.
Well, it hurt me.
Explode. Oh no. Medic.
Is that what I think it is?
It's probably not a good sign if they're giving us all this stuff right before we get
Yeah.
to something.
Oh, pots! You can break pots! This is some Zelda type shit. I broke all of them.
I'm gonna go to where.
You can't shoot the pots though, you have to hit them.
Ow.
Uh-oh. We better go help them.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, this was where you guys
Whoa!
Oh boy, that's a lot of holes. Alright, I'm trying.
You guys focus on healing everyone's focus on.
I'm trying to heal. Welcome back, York.
I got another pickaxe.
Stop getting pickaxes.
I can't.
Get real weapons.
What? How
Stop dying.
Creeper?
Dying is strictly banned. Wait, where are you?
Oof. Oh, I am not dead.
Quarter talk.
Relax, focus on healing.
I'm trying. It really doesn't like letting me do it. It's much easier.
Relax, just.
Yeah, for some reason, the game just doesn't like letting me heal. I don't know. It was way easier on the controller. Wait, this isn't even the way we're supposed to be going.
No, there isn't.
Oh, I already got all the stuff.
I found some stuff myself.
Well, that's a personal problem.
Oh, that is way too many creepers. Fun fact. Oh. Alright. Shadow Brew. Still fucking murder. That is far too many creepers, my sir, my guy.
Oh my god, Sam it.
Enemy lines.
Ow.
Ow.
Uh-oh.
This is not good.
This is
They're all-
not gonna end.
They're all walking to the left.
This,
How the hell?
Gert just standing though.
Damn it.
Alright, let's do this. Nothing. Oh.
Ow. Ow.
See, this is... It's like tons of gameplay, just the beta.
Yeah, in just a glorified demo.
Oh,
Holy
hey,
shit.
You can see all the creepers over there. Relax, be careful.
Yeah. I know. That's what, oh fuck, you were not kidding. That is creeper.
Oh god.
Oh boy.
That's a chest pig. Come here.
Give me the apple. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Oh boy, one emerald. Don't I do. There is
I'm making them fight each other, don't worry. There's nothing over here.
How do we get past this wall? There's gotta be a way.
I have a pickaxe for a reason.
And you can see people.
Yeah, you didn't know?
Faith effort, I guess.
There's gotta be a puzzle here somewhere.
I like your boss music.
He-
Oh, don't go that way.
I went this way. Wait,
I shouldn't have pushed that button.
I'm still alive? I legitimately thought I was dead.
Someone.
Maybe we
Your
should-
location.
Salmon, you got him? Oh, crap. Okay, you know what? Screw this.
Really weak.
I'm running away. Oh, there's more of them.
I am a
I'm going to
coward.
teleport to Corey. You teleport to Salmon.
I. We're in the same spot.
What?
I'm not gonna live. I'm not gonna live. I'm not gonna live.
Instantaneous one shot. Thank you.
Oh boy.
Chest spawn. Okay, stick together, boys. And the bow. Okay, protect me real quick. It's multi-shot. And
Hold on.
pierce.
I think Infinity?
Yeah. But it's not the same as Infinity and
Oh, yeah.
regular Minecraft.
That's
It just sometimes gives you.
whatever.
Okay, guys, stick together.
Still handy. Wait. Ooh. Wait.
We gotta go the other way.
I think
Huh?
we're lost.
Funny.
Where are you guys?
Funny. This game sure is tricky, am I right, kids?
This is a maze. Guys, follow the markers.
Like I say, go this
Follow
way.
me. Guys, what are you doing?
Going towards the markers?
Like, you guys were walking away like poopy.
Oh, that's creeper. Die. I say, die. Oh, okay, then.
What the hell? Holy crap.
That is an astounding amount.
Raging.
Oh, is that the end? Is that the end, or is this the beginning? Leave the crypts.
Or it's not over yet.
Salmon, if you teleport to us, we're in a somewhat safe area.
This is definitely not safe. Okay, now it's safe. This is not safe for work on account of if you worked in this environment, you would die.
You're about to die.
Yeah.
That's the cool thing about Wolf Armor. Like, it does a wide view, so if there's a potion, everyone's
Yeah,
gonna
that's
get
it's
it.
helpful.
So it's practically the cleric of it.
We're just fucking clumps, dude. Oh,
What the hell?
what is this?
Oh,
that is
yeah,
one
don't touch
direction.
fire.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I probably should have listened to that.
What, don't walk in the fire?
I walked directly into it. Oh, there I go again.
Who's summoning the fire?
School team. Ow.
I told you not to walk in the fire.
Yeah, but it looks tasty.
It looks like a slushy. I'm out of arrows. I need arrows badly. Because mine have the piercing and then the thing that sets them on fire and then the thing that makes them fight each other.
Which way do we go now? We are going the complete wrong direction.
No, the objective changed.
Oh, it did? No.
Where the hell?
Oh yeah, we are going the wrong direction. Or I'm going the wrong direction. Or
I'll
what?
stand by here.
You know what? I'm sticking with it.
Where the hell are you?
I don't know.
I got another pickaxe.
I
Jesus
found a
Christ.
pickaxe. It's a rare one.
I'm getting pranked by this game.
Hello.
Prepare to get tricked.
Whoa!
I'm afraid that funny has occurred.
I regret to inform you that funny has occurred.
Yeah, I should put on
I'm
the good
skedaddling.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Fire at
we got him.
53.
I need to heal. Hold on.
Hey, we did it.
No, you don't.
How did we not die?
That was actually impressive. I didn't think we would be able to pull that off. Honestly.
I was not expecting to survive that. Holy cow.
2 TNT used. Alright, let's see what I get. Do I unlock gaming?
I got another freaking tasty bone.
I got a level 32 tasty bone.
I got a level 31 tasty bone.
Alright, let's play a game of inventory management. Jesus Christ, I picked up a lot of shit. Alright, well,
I got a
I
lot
think
of coins.
it's time for whatever the fuck. I don't know what to decommission. Let's see, that is a lot of powerful pickaxes, I must say.
Alright, let's see how we're gonna get scammed by the blacksmith today.
Okay, I absolutely hate that when you
Ooh, I got the
on-
pink scoundrel.
When you put on new armor, it fucking the way it flashes red makes me panic.
With my bow, 14, considering the fact that I have 800 items. Giving us crap.
I think I'm getting pranked by the freaking blacksmith. I keep getting pickaxes.
The blacksmith hates all of us. Alright, let's see, this bow's crap. I can go with that. First thing is using. Oh wow. Hey, I have a pickaxe with 69 melee damage. Fucking noise.
Minigun.
Friggin' the wolf does 85 damage per bite. That's actually pretty good. Good job.
Alright, blacksmith. I'm here to
Guys, what is
buy-
this? Look, the map is circular.
I now have an explosive minigun.
The map is circular.
And when it's rolled up, it's a ball. It's a tube. It's not allowed.
Oh, that's
Fine.
Literally unplayable, guys.
1 out of 10. Would not play again. Yeah, but honestly, there's an obvious bug of rolling off and like just teleporting into the abyss. Let's see here.
Man, I have not given the Wandering Trader a business. Now I know why.
Explosive
I'm never coming back.
yeah,
And now I'm out of money.
you know, get all the stuff that I have.
Alexis could have freaking stabbed the freaking Lex.
I don't know who I'm gonna kill, but I'm gonna kill someone.
Hey, Corey.
Hmm?
Corey, I'm gonna make my long journey over to you.
Right, the sheer upgradability of this pickaxe makes me feel like maybe I should switch the sword.
I made it, Corey. That was a freaking treacherous journey. It had evil beasts hunting me down. Scary.
Or, yeah.
This game has so much resemblance to Diablo, and I love it. This is a good game.
What's that noise?
Let's see here.
It's like
What mission
hissing.
do we do now?
I'm chewing gum. It might just be that.
The hardest difficulty.
Oh yeah.
Let's see if we're strong enough to do the hardest difficulty. Gear and artifact powers 30 to 37.
Lex.
Hold on.
Lex is busy getting scammed.
Yeah, pretty much. Sorry. It won't let me leave the fucking menu. There we go.
Corey, or whoever's the old lady.
I'm afraid
What?
to admit I have engaged in scams today.
It's
Not like playing.
Blade's a frickin' idiot.
I just wake up in a cold sweat at 3 in the morning. I must engage. Jesus Christ, it's 2 in the morning.
It's 2 in the morning.
It's 2 in the morning.
All nighter playing Minecraft Dungeons. Lex, what do you think the term is? All nighter. Mining.
Ah, I fell.
By the way, yeah, I said this is the hardest difficulty.
Hey guys, when, we're not surrounded by a giant army of zombies, we take a moment to stop and explore the Doom, so that I can put on the Doom 64 soundtrack on my phone.
Die.
Whoa!
Here's the thing, the Doom 64 soundtrack is something fucking else. Like, I mean, the Doom 2016 soundtrack, like, yeah, it's a lot of metal, and, like, it fits well with the game, and, but, like, the Doom 64 soundtrack Can somebody maybe wake me up?
I tried.
You saw nothing.
Oh wait, you were here too. Okay.
Sorry. Coming.
I'm a ghost.
Stop.
What's Greg?
I am down.
This is a mistake.
Unreal Engine was a weird choice for this game, but you know what? I'm down again. Oh no. You can do it, Corey. I believe in you.
Oh crap, we actually did it.
Corey has gone sicko mode.
You've almost got it.
Oh, damn it!
So close. That was so...
My character can go sicko mode if he wants to.
Screw you, villager. You didn't help out. Stop throwing out arrows, don't worry.
Am I not getting anything?
I don't know. What's the line anyway?
You need arrows. You need arrows. You need arrows.
I'm out of arrows.
Ow, that didn't go well. Okay, the pickaxe is a shit weapon and I'm not using it anymore. Please help.
I'm out of arrows.
I'm not using the pickaxe correctly.
I don't like it. Shut up, pickaxe stand.
Your character's name is Stan now?
Yeah.
You saw nothing.
Dude, this thing does like no damage.
Well, that's because it's a.
I don't have the pickaxe equipped, that's why! Oh wow, I'm going way better now that I'm talking about my bare fists. I'm stupid. Okay, yeah, this weapon works way better when it's equipped and not just sitting in the Hey guys, wanna hear a funny joke? Hey, I am going to go to a public place in 2020.
Multiple places in 2020.
Jesus Christ. Well,
Rack up your combos now, boys!
Time to stop.
guys, I died. Guys,
Guys, what's happening?
what the fuck happened? Somebody's moving.
I'm dealing damage to
Oh.
all of these.
Please help.
Everything is frozen. We're frozen in time.
Teleports
What?
behind you. I'm dealing damage to a lot of crap. I'm just gonna put that out there.
Are you frozen?
I have a pickaxe's fire aspect on it, and like half the things I hit are on fire.
Please help.
Just like standing here. Just, oh,
Oh! Oh!
oh.
I came.
Everyone, round of applause.
Everyone are veterans.
Well, that was pretty fun. I'm gonna go to sleep now.
Yeah. I'm gonna go sleep. No more all-nighters. Yeah, fuck that.
I am.
That concludes the stream.
I am very sleepy.
Later, everybody.
Later, alligator.
We're gonna finish this game, I guess, because Salmon is actually still on. Get off for the night, probably.
I am very tired.
That's
That's a good game, though.
That is a pretty. That's 10 out of 10.